I take notes.
Val is probably in a barrel again, just waiting.
I don't know what I missed.
So you guys are on a hill, maybe a couple hundred yards away from the east gate into the silent city of Elcott. You can see the ruins of the stone city laid out before you. I can post that map in a second if no one else has it. You can see throughout the night. You can see that there's no lights anywhere in the city except at the main keep, just west of that round pool of water in the center of town. And there you can see it looks like it was lit as if by lanterns or something. But you guys sit there and you camp, and throughout the night you don't really have anything happen. Morning comes, and you can look out over the city, and there's no lights on because it's morning. But you can also see in the morning light the shimmering of the air around the town due to its heat, as you guys are well aware. It is very hot inside the city.
Yeah, it looks hot down there.
Wait, one more time. We're on a hill city. That's all I got.
You're on a hill
We're on a
overlooking
hill.
the city. It's full
We're on
of
a hill.
zombies.
Yeah, we're on a hill outside of the city.
Okay. Pretty. I guess.
Pretty lame.
But psh.
Let's see, I put that map in here somewhere.
The one I got is 8.2, so I can't upload it.
Same here.
Your files are too powerful.
Oh yeah, Ruffles,
Yeah.
There you go.
just in case I never gave it back, here's your crossbow back.
Oh, okay. Now I have 2. Sweet.
So we're gonna have a game plan. This place is so hot it forces like exhaustion checks and stuff, right?
Yep.
I mean, I suppose if we're riding the cart, we're not making exhaustion checks just standing around. But like, we're gonna be fighting our way through here.
What if we went quietly?
I shift slightly in my armor, and it sounds like somebody flung open a cabinet full of pots and pans and threw them all across the kitchen.
What if we kite the enemy? Piss off a bunch of them, and then pull them into a well-established kill zone. Pick them off. Most of the residents last time were mindless zombies, except for a couple of spell-casting undead.
Yeah, the spellcasting undead are the ones that we have to worry about.
Yeah, they're
Right.
gonna kind of fuck up whatever kill box we try to make. Although I do very much approve of the idea of establishing some kind of fuck corridor where
Can't we all just burn them?
whereupon enemies will enter and then get fucked. But I don't know how feasible that is with the casters.
Can I be in the corridor?
The fuck corridor? You want to be in the fuck corridor?
I want to be the fucker.
Did you bring your pitchfork?
Ah, shit,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
left that back at castle.
Yeah, I also need Imperial, Ball, Roind, Blue, Grand,
Wisdom save?
Is it
and
wisdom?
Amon to make wisdom saves.
Okay.
Aye.
Why am
If you're
I?
within 5 feet of me, you get a +5.
And everything's fine. That's
How
all.
close am I to AGR?
You're probably
depends
all
on
pretty
you.
close, so.
Presuming this is a magical effect and I have advantage.
Sure.
So is it plus what we already
That's not
have and then
right.
plus the +5?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I did D2, D20 keep firewall.
What the fuck?
That's not correct at all.
No.
Like that?
Yep.
Yay!
There you go.
Okay.
Why did AGR have to make it? He doesn't have a curse.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
That's nice. Right. He totally wasn't cursed. Right.
Yes.
Of course.
He doesn't have the fun tattoo. That's all.
Yeah. I don't have that in particular curse.
Right.
No!
But, you know, you guys are fine.
Spectre, no!
Why?
I hate you. What is
Is he
this?
sending you evil DMs?
Is he sending you nudes?
Do you think that
You'd hear screaming if that was the case.
How do you know she wouldn't like it?
Disgusting.
do you think that
It's amazingly
that death
disgusting.
aura would be good for the fuck corridor? Do you think it's gonna have any effect
Well-
on these guys?
How do you kill undead with a death curse? They're already dead.
Yeah, but it's a Reaper's curse, right? Maybe he wants them back.
Can
True.
a dead be deader? No, that's the
Apparently they
question.
can.
I mean, it would be advisable to find out.
It's either it will work, it won't work, or it will really not work, and we will need to run away.
Run away! Run away!
Because it could do that thing that's the reverse of working.
Heal them?
Unworking?
If if it makes them grow like 20 feet tall, we leave.
What if it makes them grow 20 feet but reduces their ability to hit anything by 20?
This is getting too complicated for me. So what are we gonna do about the heat?
Wet blankets?
I mean, it's more humid than it is hot.
Dry blankets?
Aye. Can you kill the heat with a fist?
I'll be right back.
Unfortunately, no.
Damn it.
I mean, technically, I should be fine.
Why?
Fire resistance, so heat doesn't bother me.
I mean, I suppose I kind of have built-in air conditioning.
What?
In heavy
Fine.
plate mail?
No, frost breath.
Frost breath inside his armor.
Remember that time
Exactly.
when you
I
tried
just kind
to
of blow in
frost
the armor a
breath
little bit, keep it
yourself?
chilled.
Remember that
I
time when
don't
you tried to suck in your frost breath?
Not really. I remember inhaling, and then I remember waking up later that day feeling really shitty.
You about killed yourself. It was funny as hell.
Yeah, it was hilarious. You literally froze yourself to death.
Not to
Well, he was gonna die if it didn't pour a healing potion.
What if we just avoid engaging the undead in conventional manners?
We can build a
That's what we're
trebuchet.
trying to figure out.
Just shell the their city.
That's true. We do have Gilbert bombs. Get a bunch of them together and light them all on fire.
Well, we also have a dragon. And Gilbert bombs.
Yeah,
dragon
I'm
there.
fairly
Yeah,
certain
but
the Gilbert bomb is
spellcast-
going to be more effective than the dragon itself.
No, I meant instead of building a trebuchet, just literally bomb run them.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We just fly over them and drop bombs on their heads.
Okay.
Just
Bombs?
move at max
Yeah, but
speed
the
and
spell-
drop like 5 at once.
I feel like you guys flying over that city is a recipe for you guys getting shot down over that city.
Why? Well, they're flying at 1,000+ feet.
That's true. Ballistas do have an effective range of like 3,000 feet, and that's not shooting straight up.
All right, man. But it's on you when the zombie dragons come and rip you out of the sky.
Cast
well,
haste on
dragon.
him. You put haste on that dragon, it moves faster than I can.
True. But that only lasts for a minute.
Well, you only get 1 bomb
Hey,
run or
guys.
2 bomb runs in.
Do you think I should take detect magic as a non-ritual? Like have it prepared today?
We're discussing more important things right now.
I mean, I don't know. Usually ritual casting is fine for that. But if you think you need to do it in a hurry, go ahead.
Do you think we'll ever encounter anything invisible?
I can
Probably
mostly
eventually.
counter that.
What, do you have like fairy fire or something?
Detect thoughts. I can tell you if somebody's invisible.
I mean, I can throw Shield of Faith on you or your dragon if you're gonna do that.
I'd say on him, because he can redirect.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bless you.
God bless you. Anyway, I say bomb run.
Me too. Launch
And-
flaming arrows from the back
I mean,
of the war.
in reality, out of character, you guys know that the big circle matches the big pyramid, and you've been in the big pyramid with the big library. So somebody's character has been in this place and that place and knows that's where that came from, and that's our goal, is to get to that library. So technically, we don't even need to go into the city, but the dude in the castle might be the Cockroach King and can transmutate us, or, I'm sorry, wrong word.
There's no way the Cockroach King or whatever his fuck his name is on the prime material plane.
I just
He looked
fucking
pretty
fell off
happy
the car.
sitting in that library.
I
You
fell off
say
car.
that,
The 6 words.
but
mean, why the fuck would he be on the prime material plane outside of the library that he called?
Who knows? He might have a reason. He's a demon.
Maybe he's here to study. Yes.
Could be.
The dude's an academic, still a student. Cut him some slack.
But regardless, getting to that library is more important than fucking around with a city that doesn't have the thing we need. I mean, it could be in this city, but they got a lot of fuckery to get around.
I mean, it may not have what we need.
You know,
Why,
it could
may
be
have
the
something we
cockroach
didn't know
king's
we
cousin, the cockroach count.
Oh, actually, so you know how when we go into the city, it like gets super hot and weird. What if we have?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I wonder how high that effect happens. Like,
I'm thinking
Gilbert,
sphere.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. But Gilbert, if you like go up like a mile up and fly over the city, like you're not gonna encounter that effect.
Let's test it.
So
I'd
you're
like to
flying over
fly.
the city.
I'd like to fly up a mile and then start flying over the city.
Can I join you?
Sure.
Drop a Gilbert a bomb or two.
Take a bomb and don't drop it.
So what's your guys' passive perception?
I will give the bag of holding to.
I think I asked that. I give all my magical shit to
Well,
somebody
that
cycling
kind
with
of
us.
answers your question there, Under, doesn't
I'm
you?
gonna
Know
give
to say
mine
that that's
half is
0 coming
11.
from me.
Well, my passive perception is 9, so. But I want to get this out of the way before he starts doing shit. I want to give the bag of holding to.
I'll take it.
Well, it's just Gilbert and him going up. So those are the two passives
Yeah.
that matter.
I'm giving the bag of holding to Lieutenant, and make sure Ruffles or whatever the ball doesn't get anywhere near this thing. Okay.
Have they taken off yet?
All right, so they'll take off.
I'm asking if they have or not. Have you guys taken off?
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm going for. I'm
All
just
right,
waiting
they
for
take off.
Under to say we left.
Okay. Guys fly up a mile. And, you're looking out across the city and the sort of marshy, kind of swampy land it sits in. And you can see, to the west of it, there's like a bay and some mountains to the north and a small island, a couple dozen miles off coast that appears to have some structure on it. And then you guys start flying towards the city. I need to pull up a map. Where are the AAA sites?
The AAA sites? What the fuck? Oh.
I'm just kidding.
And like thunder, we heard a continuous pound from the city.
Blue black clouds appear suddenly around Gilbert.
And the dragon went down hard.
That would
And
make
like
for quite a
thunder.
twist.
Like thunder, all of a sudden we hear brrrr.
Well, an anti-air
My
flag gun is more of
They're cockroach Nazis. We've been had.
Run
but
away!
way faster. Like the noise it makes is more of a thump.
But I meant like an 18 Warthog intercepting.
Oh, Nah, I would imagine we're like I was
some odd-
thinking of like a anti-air battery.
So some other dragon comes up suddenly.
Actually, if you ever want to hear a gun that shoots faster than the Warthog, look up the Sea Whiz. It's an anti-missile defense for ships. It is insane.
I will do you one better. The Metal Storm.
Metal Storm? Isn't that 1,000 bullets at once?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm talking about like just a rapid-fire machine gun style.
Like I was saying,
Yeah.
all you hear is just bzz, and
Yep.
it's just 1,000 rounds.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, that thing.
It looks like an R2-D2 with a freaking big-ass gallon gun.
So the dragon's in the sky.
Yes, the dragon is in the sky. There's not any AAA fire, shooting it down.
Thank God.
Anyway, hey Lieutenant, I'll give you 20 platinum to look in the bag.
Who's with who?
Gilbert and Bilma are on the dragon flying over towards the city right now from a mile up. The rest of you are in camp.
Yeah, chilling around on bonfire, eating some stew. What are we having today,
Wait,
TR?
who's asking who to look in what bag?
Not a lot. I dumped out the stew when we were in town.
Do you still have a pot?
I mean, I have a pot, but I don't have any stew.
Well, here I'll give you one of those 5 pounds of deer backstrap
All right.
that I smoked. We'll have some venison stew.
Who's asking who to
Don't
look
taste this thing.
How old is the deer? Do I need to purify this or no?
I smoked it.
Great. I will make stew.
All right, AGR begins cooking stew.
Wait. Who's asking who to look in a bag for 20 platinum?
Not you.
Damn it.
Not you.
I want to volunteer.
Well, Spectre,
Well,
20 platinum. I'll let you look at the bag.
I volunteer as tribute.
He's washing the bag, not you.
Yeah.
it is a lot of money, but it's not enough money to make me be stew.
25 platinum.
It takes a lot more than that to get me peace.
I have -2 intelligence. I'll look in the bag. Come on.
I don't have
think
negative
people-
2.
How do you have a -2 intelligence? Oh, you have intelligence of 6.
Yeah.
Dumped in. Yeah, when you're talking about like your levels of certain things, usually you go with the little number below the big number. So
I
you'd
have
say
a minus. I have an intelligence of 6 too.
Yeah, so you have an intelligence of 6. Because if you say -2, people get confused. It's like, how is your brain functioning? Because I have an intelligence of 10, so I'm average.
I have an int of 8 and a whiz of 6. There's a
He's
reason
not
I'm
the
a snake
wisest.
Oh my
cultist.
dear God!
There's a reason I'm a snake cultist, okay?
Wisdom 14 and intelligence 6.
I have a 6 in intelligence of 10.
I'll take your wisdom, but I'd rather just do it anyway. Also,
All right,
cat,
so
shiny.
we're making stew and chilling, and Spectre turned down my offer.
Give me the offer.
You don't have anything worth of value to look at.
I don't care.
So,
I'm-
Gilbert and Bilma, where do you guys want to fly?
It's up to Gilbert.
Because
You
you
own
can
a
see,
cat.
like in the very west side of the city, on the coast, you can see a tall tower. And on the top of that tower, you can see this green light emitting from it.
Does it slowly flash in and out?
Yeah, like a 1 hertz.
As you
pulse.
move around it, it seems to. But when you're heading straight towards it, the light is steady. And you can see, along the outside of it, from where you are, Gilbert, that there is a draconic relief carved along, like in a spiral pattern, up this tall obsidian tower.
Are there any boats that beat on against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past?
What?
Agreed. What?
Okay, never mind.
I'm sorry, but I just can't parse that word salad.
It's the last line of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
Oh,
I had to be from
Okay. I get where
Sorry.
you go.
That's why I didn't understand. You haven't seen that. In my book.
Oh, the green blinking light. I hate you.
I think
I
we
would
should
like
check
to
out the
check out
light. Seems interesting.
Don't.
So you're gonna dive down. The structure is only like 6 to 8 stories tall. It's easily the tallest structure in the city right now.
No,
But
no, no,
it's
no,
not
no,
a
we're
mile
not-
up.
No, Gilbert, no, let's not go down.
I don't know. It looks interesting. We should check this out. And
And Underdark's sitting there
slowly
rubbing his hands
descend,
together like a moth
orbiting
to the
that
flames.
area.
I don't think that's a good idea.
My pretties. Then
This is
It's the
not a
tallest
good
building
idea.
here. It clearly is important.
Yes, but we shouldn't be going towards it just ourselves.
Underdark, is the building a slightly different color with like an outline around it?
Yeah. So most of these structures are just like normal medieval stone structures. From what you can see that high up, it doesn't look like many of the roofs have survived. You would expect them to have been thatched roofs, and they've simply rotted away. There doesn't appear to be any wooden structures remaining, though there are large gaps around the town that would suggest that there had been. Just they're no longer there. There's a couple of docks that appear to, be old and unused. And then to the west of the pool in center town, you can see a stone keep set up on a motte with a, set back a bit so that there's like a wall around it. And let's see if I can get a picture of it for you.
It's
hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Someone cut out.
Wasn't me.
It happens.
I think it's meta.
It's in the chat. The picture of the city is already in the chat.
Yeah, I'm pulling up a picture of the keep in detail.
Oh.
Because you guys are actually able to see that from where you are. Just hang on, it's not, let's see, rectangular.
Wait, why is there a picture of Nod in the chat?
Because you guys were joking about me, having my hands together and stuff when you were talking about this
When you were saying the pretty light, and I said specters or Underdark sitting there going like Moss the Flame, rubbing his hands together.
Should have prepped this. This picture is actually kind of a pain to make, so. Fuck it. Who cares? You can see that whole thing.
Oh, you were cutting it down a little bit?
Oh, I was going to try to hide some interior details you couldn't see, but fuck it. Who cares? It's nothing that would give away anything.
All right, we're gonna get an unaltered image. Let's data mine the shit out of it and find out all the secrets.
Oh, this is the top-down view.
Yeah,
of the
this is what you would see flying over this keep.
Okay.
And those squares are 5 feet or 10 feet?
Those were 5-foot squares.
Uh-huh. Yeah, small keep.
Outer
Dragon with a
Bailey,
base.
Inner Bailey, 2 gatehouses.
Glowing green light.
I'm
should we-
curious.
Go ahead.
Are all of those square 3x3s towers, or are they turrets? I would be able to tell from outside. I mean, they're not. Like, do they tower way up, or are they on level with the wall?
They are on level with the wall. The 3x3s are, as are the gateways. You can walk across the top of everything.
Okay.
Are 2, 3, and 4 areas that wooden buildings would have been, or are those also some stone buildings?
Those are wooden buildings that remain standing. They're the only wooden structures you see in the whole town.
Oh,
And it has what looks like a dry moat.
An escarpment. It's sitting up.
Oh,
some
right.
hill.
Okay.
The dark
So it's on
brown
a-
is a road.
It's on a hill.
Yeah, it looks
So
to be an artificial
clarify.
hill. Like those are like straight up an escarpment. There's not a whole lot of naturalness to how it was built.
It
Makes
looks
sense to me.
perfectly
Castle
safe.
on a hill.
What?
It's on a mott, if that helps anybody, but probably the word hill is the easiest.
okay, but there's wooden buildings.
Yeah, but I don't know that.
Then
I know. Okay.
fireball
Gilbert.
blast from high up should take that care of that.
Yeah, fireball has a range of 150.
I think he meant to go about.
It is worth noting that there is also a wooden roof on the top of the keep.
Oh, perfect spot for a Gilbert bomb.
And the light is shining from underneath it.
There
No.
is no light. It is daytime.
No, the light's shining from the lighthouse.
He's
The
talking
green
about the
one.
green. That's from the
Ah.
White House.
Yeah, that's from the lighthouse by the coast.
Yeah.
This is the keep at near the center of town.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you're looking at the top down of the big gray brick next to the lake in the middle, and then the lighthouse where the green light is the cross over by the ocean.
All right, I had that. I mixed
Backwards.
up in my head which one we were at. My apologies.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. I think we can go back.
I say Gilbert
mean-
bomb, then fly out of there.
I
Well,
mean,
aiming a Gilbert bomb from that high is
you know what? Let's do a little practice.
practice of what? Hold on. Before we do this, let's talk about what are you gonna
I'm gonna drop a Gilbert bomb.
And see where it lands, and then move and drop another one on the roof.
I drop a Gilbert bomb.
Where are you
above
aiming?
the city.
Let's go for. I want to hit building number 3.
Okay. Well, make an attack roll. I'm going to say you have
Alright.
disadvantage from this height.
Let me check how the hell I attack rolled this thing.
would it be considered like an unarmed attack or something?
It's a dex attack.
Without proficiency?
Uh,
He could be proficient.
I
at
would say
dropping
he would be
bombs.
proficient with this. He's proficient with simple and martial weapons, so throwing like a shot put type thing wouldn't be that unreasonable.
Except for he's
Use a
just
shot
dropping a
put
bowling ball from Mach 1.
Wouldn't a shock put be a strength throw though?
Yes.
It would be, but you're just dropping this over the side, so it's a dex thing.
Oh, okay. Let's go with -1.
Then you let gravity do the rest.
Okay.
That's with proficiency?
Honestly, I just went with the Dex mod because I don't know.
Okay, so I said disadvantage.
I'm
So
rolling
that's a
with it.
3.
Okay.
His
fucker's gonna fall out of the
proficiency
damn
would be it'd be a 6 with his proficiency. I think he's a level, 5 or a 6? Still, it's 6 until, or 3 until.
Does it?
It
if-
doesn't matter.
We're not debating anything that makes a difference. It's not a nat 1, so a 3 or a 6 is still pretty much the same.
Okay.
Unless the DC was 5.
The DC was
Which
not
I don't-
5.
Damn it.
So
the
as you're
DC was
flying
7.
by, you like drop this Gilbert bomb, and what you don't realize is you drop it like right when you're right above the structure, but your dragon isn't hovering; it's actually moving forward. So your bomb just
Yeah.
like goes way off to the right from the map's point of view, and you end up burning out this burned out stone building again.
All right.
You can see a little bit of
So-
smoke coming from it. Some flaming zombies emerge and collapse in the street.
Hey, that's
Well, at
good to
least
know.
they know-
They die from 1.
Well, at least
I
we know that
totally
it's
meant to
effective.
do that. That was definitely intentional.
How many of them things you got?
48.
How many do you have on you?
Not 48.
I think the rest were in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
I have 30 listed in the bag of holding.
Can we all just take a moment to just dote on how really badass it would be to fill the bag of holding to max capacity with those things and nothing else, and then just dump it out as he flies past them?
You can't miss with that many
Armpit
shots.
bombing.
Well, what would happen is you do that, and then Kurt Vonnegut would write a book about it 50 years.
Today we'll be reenacting the firebombing of Tokyo and Dresden.
One of us would have to be out there like shirtless to stand there and go, smells like victory.
I love the smell of alchemist fire in the morning.
And then some jackass steals your surfboard, rolling all up and down the woods with the dragon overhead, using thaumaturgy, shouting, "Hey, it'll be okay. We just want the board back."
Hey, Gilbert, can I try one?
Yeah, sure. There you go.
Did you
Cool.
get one already?
No, I don't have any in my inventory.
Well, he
I
said
mean, I did hand you one.
you had one in your hands.
Oh, okay. Um,
Partner!
Hey.
hey.
We're
you're-
dropping bombs.
Oh,
Uh,
fun.
okay. Gilbert, tell Brogod to turn back around and fly, and I would like to try to calculate the trajectory of it in my mind, just kind of roughly, and then drop it not right over it, but like before it, so that it would actually hit. Because I have an.
And what are you targeting?
I'm targeting the same building.
Okay, and you're approaching from the south now? So it would have-
Whichever way Brogod was flying.
Right.
just
Well, he
turned
was
back
flying, I'm going to say, from left to right of the picture I showed you. And so now he would have turned around, but it would have been a banking turn. So he would have been coming over from the bottom now.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that's
go
fine.
ahead and make your dex check. Also at disadvantage. You're a
And
mile
do
up.
I? Yeah.
Only a
Do I
mile.
also get proficiency on that?
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
So as you guys find it over, like before you reach it, you let go and you start seeing it fall. You start seeing it fall. All of a sudden, you see it hit the roof of that building, and you just see flame just splash all over it and the courtyard right above it, like across the road. And you can see smoke and flame coming up.
Cool.
Any zumbles come running out?
Not that you see.
Okay. I think we should go back. I think that was successful.
Let's scout it out a little bit more. I descend to 500 feet.
No, wait, hold on. What?
Okay. You descend to 500 feet.
Can we stop at 1,000?
He screams as you descend 500.
Okay, and as you guys are, within, maybe 1,000 feet up or so, you can really begin to feel that oppressive humidity just hit you like a wet slap in the face.
Okay.
Right here at 1,000 feet?
No, you descended to 500, you said.
Oh, okay. So at that, somewhere below 1,000 we hit that?
It's around 1,000. You don't exactly have an altimeter with you, so... But it's roughly there.
All
You're
right.
basically
You can still see the green pulsing light of the lighthouse as you move around.
I mean, you're judging height based on how close the ground looks and how far away the clouds look.
Ground look close. Sky look far. Me not far from ground. All right.
And you can see an occasional figure kind of standing or moving around beneath you, though they are not exactly identifiable from this high up.
But they're humanoid.
They're roughly human-shaped and human-sized.
Okay. Okay.
Are they wearing clothes?
You think so?
I'd like to descend to 300 feet.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Gilbert!
You're the one that asked to go.
Stu coming along.
Because I didn't want him to die alone.
Right.
Perfect.
Now I
Then
won't.
you won't die alone.
Perfect. Now we can all die together.
Gilbert, this is a
How
bad
is that
idea.
stew doing? I'm kind of hungry.
Like started it 5 minutes ago, let's be honest.
So it's done?
It's been like 10-15 minutes, actually, but yeah.
Hey, Gilbert, remember that thing that we
Yeah.
talked about not splitting the party?
Right.
Yeah, let's not do that.
So
We're not splitting the party. We're doing recon.
One thing you do notice is you're kind of making a loop over the east side of town. You can see the smoke has stopped rising from the keep area.
All
That was
right.
oddly quick.
Let's fly over at 300 feet and investigate.
Can we be a little higher than that?
No.
350
Gilbert?
feet.
301.
Okay.
I will be holding on for dear life. Like a
Now
death
would be the
grip.
time to cast haste.
Don't cast
I need to
haste
look up
yet.
something.
No, I don't need to cast haste yet. It's
Well,
not
I-
that
I-
his
Meta, I feel it's important that that we carefully scoot a little bit forward each time, trying to figure out where that line is. And when under starts to sound like that line is really close, keep pussyfooting around it until you finally decide to stick your toe over and then run away like a sissy.
Okay. So you
You're gonna feel
fly towards that keep area, kind of looking down. You can see a figure standing just south of the second gatehouse. And as you fly over, he points his hand at you. And it looks to be like he's shaking his hand at you, like an angry man.
Damn kids, get off of my airspace.
I have just the thing for this. Hold on.
And then I need all three of
Shaking.
you to make dexterity saving throws. As
There
a bolt
we
of
go.
lightning jets towards you.
Damn mouse, get down to the. There we go. All right.
God damn it.
Here's Gilbert's dex. Now if I can
Dragon
get-
net ones.
I would like to use lucky.
You know, every time we use this tactic, it fails.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Never has doing a dumb decision ever hurt this group.
No,
Ever.
we have done this exact decision before. Let me go down lower to check out what's going on. Next thing you know, he's crashing into the ground dead.
I would like to use lucky again.
Sure.
Dead. He's dying. There's a big difference.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
'cause you
just-
had the Greek fire going. Remember we set the place on fire and you wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm
check
just
out
remembering a
Greek.
siege camp and a tiefling and good times really.
We.
A wing tiefling and he flew in. I'm gonna check out, see who's closer.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna use lucky again.
All right.
So it looks like my dragon didn't do too great on that dex.
Well, there you go.
Finally, you did awesome.
Okay. So, everyone who rolled a 17 or higher is not going to take the full amount of damage. They only take half of this.
Uh-huh.
Is it chain
Of
lightning?
27 lightning damage.
I use a chain lightning from the ground, you idiots.
Okay, that feels okay. That feels okay.
How's the
You see
dragon?
this from camp?
Whoa.
Actually, you would see this bolt of lightning streak out from the ground towards them and get really
Can
close
Can
to
I
hitting
cast
them.
haste on the dragon?
Sure.
Okay. Gilbert, your dragon's hasted. Let's get the fuck out of here.
I begin to fly away at a gradual incline towards the party.
Okay.
Well, that didn't look too bright. Is everybody alive?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, how's the stew?
How fast do you think the stew would cook if we could get that lightning pointed at it?
Don't fuck with my stew.
We're talking about lightning cooking speeds here.
Hey, Gilbert. Remember that time where we said we shouldn't go down? And then you
No.
did?
It was worth it. It was a good decision. I stand by what I thought was right.
Well, it's always a good decision, right up until it's fake.
Yeah,
It's always a good decision right up until it's not.
See, now I feel really weird because I'm agreeing with Puriel. That feels weird.
with
But
a
yeah,
wisdom
there's
of
a
8.
keep.
No,
No, I have a wisdom of 13, I think.
no, I was gonna say something about me.
I've got a wisdom of 6. I got you beat there.
Man, this is not a. This party usually lacks in intelligence.
I have intelligence. He just wasn't listening to me.
And we're.
All the better.
But yeah, you're able to fly back to the party without any further incidents.
All right. This is good.
Also,
I
sorry, but
report what we
I
found.
gotta bail out already. I'm gonna pass out and smash my keyboard.
All right.
Goodbye, half ogre.
What the fuck? Right, bye.
I haven't.
Cheers, mate.
And then there were, what, 12?
And then there were 12. Still a sizable group.
I'm gonna bail early too, but I'm not gonna bail yet.
All right. I mean, it's still like mid-morning. That recon only took you about a half hour.
So it's nap time?
Well, stew time and then nap time. Is the stew done?
I mean, the longer you let it sit, the better it's gonna be. But it's probably edible, given that the actual venison was already edible.
Lieutenant, I would like the bag of holding back.
I want the bag of holding.
No, you would just take everything and give it to pretty people.
There were no people in this stew, so I did not purify the stew.
But I want the bag of holding.
Lieutenant, may I please have the bag of holding?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh.
So anyway, how much of your adventure do you guys relay back to us?
Oh, all of it.
All of it.
All of it. Except the part about anything that Bill Mop was right about.
And I tell everything.
I deny it.
Yeah, because, you know, a lightning that you guys saw definitely didn't happen.
What lightning? There was lightning?
Prettier of the two.
Why didn't we use the lightning to cook the stew? It'd be done already.
I am in a group of idiots.
Hey, you know, your hair is sticking up a little. You might-
Isn't that what hair just does sometimes?
It's the humidity. There was some static electricity.
Speaking of hair, how much of our hair is growing back?
It's
Been
been
like
what?
2 days.
It's, yeah.
3
no,
days?
it's been like a
What
week.
else? I have to actually look.
So you have some.
So it is growing back, though.
It is growing back, yes.
I'm going to try to cast Healing Word to grow out my hair more.
But then I thought we agreed though that
You just let him
heal,
waste
it's
his
already
spells. You
dead.
just let him do it.
He has a whiz of, what, 6?
Yeah. I have a wisdom of 6 and I'm not afraid to use it.
He's not the wisest to realize that casting healing on something that just grows, that's not actually injured.
If they
Just
hurt my
let him
hair,
do
I'm gonna
it.
fix it.
Amon doesn't care. He wears a helmet all the time anyway.
She can try to grow her hair back out. It's fine.
Yeah, you cast a spell, and it has no discernible effect.
I'll try again later.
I truly am surrounded by idiots.
You're surrounded by idiots and damn fools. I fall into the second category.
Except for Lieutenant.
I'm smart. I just hide it.
So, you're
So
sitting
how
around
am I
camp.
supposed to know?
Anyway, yes, we're sitting around camp waiting for the stew to be done in an hour or two, probably.
Yeah, like a half hour later, after it's been stewing for about an hour or so, you guys can probably start eating it.
Great. I have some stew.
Squishy, soggy, chewy
I'm gonna take
venison bits. It's venison, so I mean it's actually edible. And not weird Amon food.
I get 11 hit points back.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing things. Are we taking a rest?
Well, we're sitting around for an hour eating stew, so I assumed that we were taking a short rest.
Yeah, you can have a short rest if you want.
It would count as a short
Alright.
rest, yes.
Still have that life force drained from me.
Yes, you do.
A very low number of hit points.
Yeah, but you're a wizard. If you need hit points, you've done something wrong. Yeah, so it's like 11 o'clock in the morning. You guys finish eating your stew. It's a good, tasty, hearty venison stew.
Well, after a good meal like that, I'm ready to kill some things. So what do we say we take this town?
I mean, honestly, I think Imperial's got this. When we hang out, let him take the town, and we'll we'll go in there and help him haul the loot out when he's done.
Perfect.
I'm great. I'm done with that. I would really like to take a long rest. So I'm okay just sitting here all day and, theorizing about what's in that town.
You know,
Um,
it's good of us to give them so much time to prepare.
Yeah,
It
they already
really is.
seen us, so
Yeah, if we just stormed in there, it wouldn't be fair. We'd win too easily. Definitely, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be sportsmanlike, really.
Okay, so what's the plan?
Give our enemies plenty of time to prepare, and then charge in, head on, and hit them till they die. You know what we usually do.
That sounds like
Okay.
our usual play.
We're bringing the wagon with us?
Fuck no.
Of course.
just gotta
I'm
Say
I'm
fuck the
noticing a
wagon,
little
man.
bit
That
of
is an extra. That is a heavy
It has a
ballista.
ballista. It
wagon.
has a ballista, but I don't want it to get struck by lightning.
Yeah, I don't want to bring the wagon in and then have us all run away as quickly as possible out and leave the wagon in the.
We're not just going to leave it in the city. We're taking it with us so we can shoot people with it and then leave on it in a prompt and efficient manner.
It is an APC, That's what
It
it's for.
is, but you guys really realize this is a full city worth of undead.
Uh-huh.
So who knows how to construct a trebuchet?
Actually,
Our siege weapon guy.
Plan, maybe we just have some patience and sit out here for a month or two, and we'll get us a trebuchet built.
well, now if I was not 6th level but 7th level, it would take me about 10 minutes. But sadly, I don't have fabricate yet.
Hmm.
well,
So 2 months it is.
I am going to go hunting in the dead area Underdark. Like back the way we came a little bit.
Okay, you're going to go hunting in the swamp.
We came through a swamp.
Well, that's like the immediate area is kind of swampy. You'd have to go several miles to get back to full forest.
Okay.
Louisiana law gonna get you. It ain't legal hunting gators in the body.
Don't die.
Well, I'm gonna go a couple
Thank you.
miles up the road then. and go hunting and bring back some more food so that we have something to eat while we're chilling. Because
Okay.
I mean, we have good berry, but it's just not the same as a good hunk of meat. And
Yeah.
well, now that I know how my power works, I'm just gonna mad dash at stuff. I'm not gonna try
So
shooting.
are we gonna build? Are we gonna
I mean,
build
I can
fortifications out
sprint
here,
at pretty,
or
pretty fast speeds, so I'll
Well,
just
that's
run
a
at
good
run
idea.
at my
We should
prey.
build a siege camp. We should build a siege camp. Yeah, and some
and that's what we're
palisades.
doing. We're laying siege to this town.
Yeah, and we'll make some stake traps if they have some zombie horses come out here.
Question, it's a city of undead. What are we laying siege?
I have an int of 8 and a whiz of 6. What do you do? I'm building a siege camp.
An
Okay.
int of 6 and an intelligence. I mean, a whiz of 10. I'm helping build the camp.
So, yes, you guys can go ahead and try to build a siege camp, but I will have to ask you, what are you gonna use to siege the city?
We're gonna build a trebuchet. Weren't you
Who knows-
listening?
Who here knows how to
We
build
have a
trebuchet?
military engineer called Lieutenant.
Yeah.
So you were saying? Your argument is invalid. Anyway, I'm hunting.
Okay.
I guess my question to the DM, though, Lieutenant would know this. Does the Lieutenant have the ability to construct a trebuchet only using materials we could gather from the region?
That was my next question.
Yes, actually, because you guys had to pass
Mostly
through
it's just-
lots of forest on the way here.
Yeah, it should just be like big stone counterweight for counterweights and for ammo and a lot of lumber. And I think we should be in good shape. But we need rope,
Yeah, and he has.
right?
You need rope. You have lots of rope. I didn't think that you have to be limited on the amount of rope you have. And he has
500
molded
feet of
earth
hemp
to
rope.
search for big rocks in the swamp.
Okay.
have 500 feet of hemp rope.
I mean,
The party
That
has an
seems
obscene
reasonable.
amount of rope on hand. I didn't think you guys were limited on the amount of rope at this point.
We just have a couple thousand yard spools in the fucking wagon.
You pretty much
Yeah, I
have a
don't even
couple
have it written
barrels
down.
that are just full of rope. Like
I mean, there's
coiled
extra
rope.
weapons. There's everything in that wagon.
I don't have rope written down, but I assume that we have some.
I know at one point 3 separate people had like 120 feet each.
I've got
Pretty
300
sure.
on my sheet.
I'm pretty sure I gave all mine to somebody. I don't think I'm keeping track
Oh,
of mine.
I only have 50 feet written down.
That's the default kit, probably. You've
Yeah,
never
and
used
realistically, you don't need lots of rope to build a trebuchet. 50 feet total is probably enough.
Well, let's build 3.
What are we going to use to hold the ammo?
Well, you can weave a net.
Yeah, we could make a net.
We have enough rope. We could weave a net.
Do we have anything else? I guess I have we have like blankets and things. So if it came down to it, we could make a sling with something like that. I guess we're gonna hand wave that.
We do need cloth that is strong enough to hold a giant rock.
For what?
I mean, it should be fine.
It's not
I don't
a
think
giant
that's-
rock.
And you guys really didn't want to talk to this guy?
He threw a lightning bolt at
We'll
you guys.
talk
You
to
want to
him.
go talk to him? Go talk.
Tell him when he comes out here.
Well, we did kind of burn his building down first. So
Look, man,
I was
that
planning
was,
on
that,
such
was,
terrible
that
manners.
was that was an accident. I'm sure he'll understand. So we're just gonna
fell
build this
out of-
trebuchet
It fell
so
out of
we
your
can go
back.
knock on his front door without disturbing any of his neighbors. Okay? So we'll build a trebuchet and we'll use it to knock on his front door, and then when he comes out here, we'll talk to him.
But anyway, so about how long will it take me to get to Normal Forest Underdark? On foot.
On foot.
Double time.
If,
Double time.
All right, and if you're double timing, it'll probably take you 2 hours to get to a forest.
All right. What if I took a horse? Just one of the ones from the wagon.
Still 2 hours. Just you won't be that tired when you arrive.
Okay. I think I will take a horse, just so that way if I do find some game, I won't.
Can you take one of the like the not real
Just
horses?
take mine.
Yeah, I can take her.
And
I'll take. Yeah, I'll take
in case it
HDR's paladin horse.
Okay.
just in case it dies.
In case it dies, that way we can just pop it back.
Because if we take a real horse and it dies, we're just down one horse.
Oh yeah, and if we lose a paladin, then we can't pop that horse back in the.
All right, sure. So you go out there, you spend a couple hours, you ride out to some forest, and you start hunting. Why don't you give me a survival check? Yeah, it's hampered a bit as you're walking through. There's like this 10-foot zone of just death and decay that sort of emanates from you, and all the plants and stuff are dying. You know, this at one point, this like fox runs in front of you and just flops dead in its path.
I grab it and throw it on my horse.
Yeah, the horse seems rather disturbed by you, but it's well trained and doesn't bolt. But at some point, you do find a doe in the forest. And you
I
are
mean, my
able
horse
to
is
bag
a
it.
fiend.
Let's see. Yeah, his horse probably don't give two shits. His horse is probably going, "Oh, cool, dead stuff. I feel right at home."
He eats the stew, so.
It isn't the dead stuff that worries it.
Fair.
All right. You said a doe? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tie that up the horse and bring her around back.
Absolutely. All right. Yep.
And the whole fox. I'm keeping the fox.
Okay. A fox and a doe.
All right. And how much has the camp progressed in the probably 5 hours I've been gone?
I did nothing to help.
No, you played Yakety Sax, I'd imagine. That
Well,
helped.
presumably they've managed to knock down some trees and start dragging them towards the camp.
Well, I suppose, we could just hand wave the tree felling with the ogre with his great axe.
Yeah, still takes time, but people can contribute. You can take down multiple trees at a time.
Yeah. I help haul a tree, and as I do this, I think the entire time about how I would rather have my horse doing this job for me.
You gave it up.
Again, I think the entire time about how much I would rather have my horse dragging this. And that's it.
Okay.
How many deer have you butchered now, AGR? Not including the one I'm bringing now.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Am I supposed to be keeping a running count of deer I've slaughtered?
Well, I'm just figuring what your quote-unquote expertise is on trimming deer.
I mean, I can do it.
So are you
my
guys just going to
cooking
sit here
skill is-
building this trebuchet in camp outside the city?
Yeah.
I'm not building shit, I'm just playing instruments.
I mean, I'm getting the stuff in position. So we should
Not
clear
letting
out a
know what to
spot.
do.
We should clear out a spot, and we should make sure we want to have some place where we have eyes on the keep. We want to be able to fire over the walls into the keep, right?
I mean, I can just undermine the walls.
That's good. You should do that too.
But if we undermine the walls, won't the zombies just be able to leave?
Well, the
Is
gate's
that-
open.
Yeah, I don't
So
see
if they
that being
wanted
a
to
problem.
leave, they would leave anyway.
Then we should close the gates.
Why?
I feel like we've had this conversation conversation before
If-
out of character. I don't care.
The gates have been open for years, and none of the zombies have left.
Here's an idea. If all the zombies are dead, they can't leave.
That sounds like a plan.
Makes sense.
Hey, so Under,
Uh-huh.
with my knowledge of religion and arcana, would I know if it's possible to raise an undead from an undead that has died? You know,
Yes.
like someone hits a zombie, they fall over dead. Can you just raise that zombie up again?
Yeah, as far as you know, you should be able to, unless the body is severely damaged.
Great. Okay, so that doesn't help us at all, and everything we're doing is basically.
I think,
Yeah.
like out of character in the stat block for most of the undead, it'll tell you like if they actually die, like on the zombie stat block, the body is destroyed. Which, you know, might depend on actually what you do.
Mhm.
All right, we can always just put all the zombie bodies in the city to the torch.
Yeah, fire is a good solution to most problems, really.
True.
If you
Unless
can't
it's a
fix it,
fire
set it on fire.
Or an iron golem.
The city's, you know, in some swampy land and downhill from us, so we could consider ways to flood the city.
Okay. 2 weeks
How do
pass. 16
Oh.
days.
Oh,
You are still outside
Oh.
the city, but now you have an assembled trebuchet.
Haha.
okay. Right.
Oh, he clicked fast forward on DVR. I missed the commercials.
I wanted a little bit more time to think about what the fuck we were doing, but
We're building a trebuchet. That was kind of a almost
Yeah.
unanimous
That's
vote.
why I asked.
That's
Is that all you guys are doing right now? Because if so, bam! 2 weeks later, you have a trebuchet.
I didn't. I wasn't fully sold on this trebuchet thing. I was just gonna let them do what they want, but
Well,
I'm
regardless, 2
sorry,
weeks
you
have
were
passed.
what?
no, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Anyway, I'd like to have gone hunting 2 more times in that.
Sure. Roll survival
Alright.
twice. You managed to find 2 more deer.
Woohoo! Any more small critters I startled to death?
1 bunny.
Yeah, who wants a bunny foot?
Oh, that poor bunny.
Yeah, at one point he comes back, like that 3rd day that he goes out for hunting. He comes back with Bambi and Thumper strapped to the back of his horse.
Oh God.
I could only find this fight, guys. I'm sorry.
So throughout these 2 weeks, I would like to be periodically checking in with my app in the day during the day, see where the hags are,
Okay.
kind of follow their progress.
So during that whole first week, there's going west by northwest through some prairie lands. You can see the mountains to your south and to your north. By the end of the second week, as you've been checking in, it's gone through some forest and seems to have settled down by a lake in the middle of a forest where you can see 2 rivers meeting up and one exiting, one outlet to another slightly larger river, and a ruined castle tower nearby, like on the lakeside. It sort of nestled itself in next to the tower.
Wait, I'm a little lost. We did a 2 weeks time skip?
Yes, you guys sat around for 2 weeks outside this undead city.
What was the time frame on the training for learning new shit that
Oh,
we all
yeah.
had going at the same time? But what was the overall time? The average is like what, 70?
Yeah.
It's 70 with a modifier depending on your intelligence score.
It's
But all of
Oh,
if you guys were building shit, like you couldn't really
We
be
still
training.
have downtime, and the lieutenant did most of the building.
I
yeah.
have training thieves tools from I don't remember who.
Me, and we would be done if 16 days have passed.
Yeah.
That's why I was bringing it up.
I have like 34 out of 70.
Yeah, you missed a lot of days, but we were still technically training in our downtime.
Yes.
I've been here the past
Drag
2
rack.
weeks.
Yeah, in the past 2 weeks, 4 days have passed.
I now know Draconic.
I mean, I wouldn't have been spending all that time.
So does that mean
cooking,
I've
so-
learned the thieves training, the thieves tool training?
Yes,
You
you
have
are proficient with
proficiency?
thieves' tools.
I can be proficient. Yay!
You can put the little dot, the first big dot, in that one. So
Put
you
it
get
in
plus 3 bonus.
tools, right? Or do I put it in someplace else?
You
Put it
can
in
put it in
skills.
either. It's up to you.
What's the other one to put it into?
You have to put the proficiency dot in thieves tools because that's what I was training you in.
No, it just says tools. Is it that?
You type in thieves' tools into that little box. And
Yeah,
then you
that
select
box is
proficiencies.
typable.
So we should do some test firing on that trebuchet. See if
How do you
we
spell
can
thieves
start to
tools?
zero.
It's thieves.
Ignore that roll.
THIVES. Or THIEVES. Sorry.
Yep, just like that.
What I copied and pasted is what's in my stat block for that spot because I'm a rogue,
You
so
write
I get
that?
that.
I'm gonna just
I
write
just
it.
copied and pasted it from the block.
Okay, so what are you guys doing now? You have a trebuchet.
Well, we do have these fancy Gilbert bombs.
Well, let's not test fire
Let's
with those.
start with rocks. Once
Yeah,
we
so-
have it zeroed in, we need to find rocks that weigh similar amount to those bombs and launch those so we have some idea where we're aiming.
10-pound
Okay.
rocks.
Where are you trying to aim?
I
Let's
mean,
start
ideal-
by aiming for the big lake. If we can hit that with a rock, then we're making progress.
Oh, sure.
I know.
Yeah, that's definitely, there's no horrible thing that'll happen when we break the pristine water in the central lake. Sure, let's do that.
Well,
I mean,
Wisdom
help
6, I'm
spot.
serious.
What if we just hit a random building on the outskirts of the city?
We're going to have to zero it in on every additional target, so we might as well just pick something.
well, I just meant to get the general distance down. The lake is the central. We can add more swing, take away some swing. I mean, those are pretty basic calculations.
I mean, you guys have a actual siege engineer as one of your party members. He knows roughly how far this thing is going to go. The zeroing in is just for a specific target. He can make it hit just about anything within about 1,000 feet.
That's pretty nice.
So, by the way, Joe, you got a lot of deer stew meat. I'm gonna keep all the tenderloin and back straps and smoke them.
Yeah, I will stew every deer that I am given.
All right. Yep. I'll give you 3 deers, doe, a buck, and a Bambi, and then I'll give you the fox and bunny meat as well. But I'm gonna keep all the hides, so I have all those hides now.
Okay.
Well, I think, Lieutenant, I mean, you built the thing. You should do the honors. You should figure out what we're going to fire, where we're going to fire at. Should be your choice.
Let's do a test shot into the lake to see if this thing works. As it should.
Fucking spreadsheet. I put rabbit hide and auto-filled it in at 12 pounds.
Because you said hide.
Yeah, I know. Still. That's a big money.
Okay, so you line it up to where you think it's going to go towards the lake. And what are you using for ammo? Is some rocks you found, or a Gilbert bomb, or Bilmont?
10-pound rock. That's...
Nope.
Wait, Bilmont's an option? Yes.
Well, mop is always
Strength
an
check.
option.
Wait. Let's launch the dragon.
Nope.
I'm gonna
You
try
don't need
to
to launch the dragon. The dragon can just fly the fuck over.
I just cast suggestion on him and tell him to have a seat right there.
I was gonna strength check him.
It's so much better if he does it, air quotes, willingly, though. No, we're not gonna do that.
Okay. Well, I think the lieutenant is going to need to make an attack roll to shoot at the lake with the trebuchet.
This thing better have an AC of like 1. It's huge.
What kind of numbers am I looking at?
Say again?
What kind of numbers am I using for this roll?
Well, you're proficient with siege engines, and I'm going to say dexterity. So you're sort of just aiming the thing.
Would
Are
it
we
be
really wanna
intelligence or wisdom?
I think there's a lot of timing because you gotta like cut the rope at the
Yeah.
right time.
Do you guys really want to do this?
Yep.
All right, Bilmop goes flying through the air.
Ha ha ha.
He knows fly, right?
Or
And
feather
slow
fall, maybe?
fall. And yeah, he's fine.
Nope.
Oh,
At
fuck.
least he's got a water landing. It'll just be hit concrete and then you'll be fine.
Water, in air quotes.
Yeah.
I'd like to hop on the dragon and dash after Bilmop.
You guys didn't actually throw me.
How do you know?
No, you didn't. No one made any checks
Aw.
or anything. We're not going to
No
just
one
splat
tried to
the
convince
gnome.
me to get on.
But there's a loud sploosh sound as you can see the large rat just land dead center of that circle.
Okay, so it is a lake.
Like golf clap. Wearing gauntlets, it's very noisy.
Sounds like 2 bags of coins jingling together.
Sounds about right.
But it would appear that your trebuchet has, in fact, survived its first shot.
What's the range of the light ballista?
With the normal shot 400, disadvantage at 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
For reference, a trebuchet can hit to about 1,000, disadvantage double that.
Very nice.
We're gonna break this thing when we're done with it, right?
Oh,
Why? We
It's
just let the zombies-
absolutely massive. You have no way to transport it except in pieces.
Yeah.
I
Make
just
it
meant more like
transportable?
we should totally break it because we don't want.
Well,
someone to use it
essentially, we're gonna
against us.
salvage. We're gonna salvage the rope, and then we're gonna crush it. And
Have a big bonfire.
for now, let's enjoy it.
It is big enough where it could easily throw a gnome-sized object at something.
A gnome-sized object, you say? What about a halfling?
Gnome. Do we have any gnome-sized objects? Any
Does a gnome
roughly
count as
yay
a-
high sized object?
He holds his hand at the top of Bill Mop's head. He looks down at Bill Mop.
Does a gnome count as a gnome-sized object?
You know,
Bill Mop was
it
a
might.
halfling. I thought Bill Mop was a halfling.
No, he's a gnome.
Nope.
He's a
I'm a
gnome?
forest gnome. I'm a forest
That
gnome.
would explain it. Okay, I was totally mixed up. Who's the halfling then?
Red.
Well,
Micmac, the druid.
no,
Yeah.
Well, Micmac is a halfling, but Gilbert was also a halfling until
I
he-
wasn't here for that, so I don't get that mixed up in my head. To me, Gilbert's a tall paladin.
to me in my head he's still a halfling.
No, it's a
Next
whole thing.
reincarnation, he'll be a dwarf.
He's just a halfling, but he's still really a halfling.
Wait, how many people could this trebuchet fire at once?
Now we're talking.
I don't think we should gamble with that.
Well, that's just the thing. I have
No.
Featherfall. Rapid deployment system.
You lost me at half Featherfall. That sounds like a backup plan.
We really shouldn't be using Featherfall unless we absolutely need to.
You just don't want to launch yourself out of a catapult and land like badasses in the middle of a sundered castle.
Look, all I'm gonna tell you is we want to make sure we're careful with this trebuchet. Oh Jesus, not this scene.
God, I love this scene.
So yes, if you were all to get in there, it could probably throw you.
Is it where the five guys get up on the palm tree and
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
is it the Bollywood
Ex-
one that I'm thinking of? I don't feel
Yes.
like opening it.
Yep, it's exactly.
And they
that
turn
one.
into like the shield bomb.
Yeah, it's
Oh
one of the greatest like 5-second clips.
Ugh.
Is it not supposed to have audio?
You don't need audio.
You don't need audio.
Alright.
The audio is unimportant.
Well, I was concerned if my HDMI was messing with me again.
What HDMI?
HTML,
HDMI.
HTTP.
Shut the fuck up.
Alright.
Great. Okay.
So, what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna say we should probably continue to use the trebuchet until someone rolls a natural 1 and it explodes.
So hot potato?
Sounds like a
no.
plan to me.
Lieutenant's the only one that can actually fire it.
Aw.
Yes. He should continue to fire it until he rolls a natural 1 and it explodes.
I'm gonna be AFK
At which
for a
point we
couple of
will
minutes, but I'll still
invade
be
the town.
listening.
I think we should go ahead and aim into the inner bailey of that keep, see if we can hit any of those wood buildings or the roof of the keep itself.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, for some odd reason AGR like cut out halfway through, so I was like, oh no, did I lose people's talking voice?
I don't know. Do I need to repeat myself for anyone else?
No, I heard you.
Okay.
So is that what you guys are doing?
I don't know. It's up to the guy who can aim it.
Well, are we ready for the consequences that might arise if we do this?
Who are we trying to hit?
Wisdom 6. Amon is always ready for the consequences.
Wait, hold on. Where are we trying to hit?
We're aiming inside the keep at the wooden buildings that you dropped a bomb on earlier, or like a couple weeks ago.
Are you guys sure you just don't want to go talk to this guy?
I mean, he already cast lightning on you guys, so might
Yeah,
as
we
well.
also burned his building down.
And we
We're
know
gonna
that was an accident.
We're gonna talk to him as soon as he comes out here.
Yes. This is our big knocker.
Okay.
I
Okay.
understand that you're dealing with someone living alone in a city filled to the brim with the
May
odds
I?
of this guy not being hostile is pretty fucking slim.
Before we load any pieces of ammunition, I would like to take some deer blood and write knock knock on the ammunition.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well then, make your attack roll.
We're gonna die. He's just gonna teleport right in front of us, and then fireball, and then disappear.
It'll be fine. Build another trebuchet.
Damn. Vitriolic sphere. It's a pretty good spot.
Who's doing what? What are we doing?
Well, if you're making another attack with your to target more of those wooden buildings, Spectre needs to make an attack roll with the trebuchet.
There it is. Oh. Oh, the sweet sound.
Oh, of destruction.
All
You
right.
said we were firing at the keep, right?
Hmm.
Yep.
Okay, at the keep. All right, so you see this big stone go flying into that keep, and you see a puff of dust as it just hits that central keep building.
God damn.
I have a question for that deer picture that you posted.
Yeah.
Ruffles posted. Technically, wouldn't all of that be edible into a freaking meat stew or something?
Yeah, but I'm keeping the loins and the tenderloins, which aren't listed, but they're right below the loins. So I just put that up there,
I'm putting everything else in there. That
including the remains. He's putting everything in there.
Yeah.
Including the
Yeah,
remains.
but you
All
never
the
had
awful-
bone stew.
The bone's in there too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm
The
saying
bone makes the best stew.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bone.
bone actually adds flavor.
But
Bone.
okay, so we see dust.
Yeah.
All right.
Does Spectre have to roll a damage?
No. He does not have to roll damage.
Something like that. It's just the DM says this is broken now.
I mean, you can tell that you've wrecked the central keep building. There is definitely some pretty severe damage to it.
So I don't know if that hole's big enough. Lieutenant, do you think you can thread the needle and get a bomb in through that hole?
I can try.
We could make it bigger first. It's your call.
Well, isn't the building like half as tall now?
No, it's half as long.
Wait, what?
Like the left half of the building is gone.
We're gonna have to search through a lot of rubble for a book. All right.
Can't even
Oh,
use locate object.
we should not use fire for looking for a.
I don't think
That's true. No, we're looking for a book. We shouldn't use fire.
Eh,
This ain't upsetting none of the undead or nothing.
There's
Not that
no
we've
horde of
noticed.
undead charging up the hill at you yet.
well, that's works for me.
Keyword yet.
Yet.
That's okay. I will help reload.
Okay.
Keep firing.
All right. Well, if you're going to keep shooting at the keep, go ahead and roll an attack roll again.
gonna go from a nat 20 to a nat 1.
He's doing okay.
Yep. Sails through, and there's a. This time it actually ends up hitting the curtain wall, and you can see it take some chunks off of that.
I'm going to start giving bardic inspirations to Lieutenant.
I'm
You know,
standing within.
that's an idea.
I'm standing within 30 feet, or what? How big is your aura, AGR?
It's like you got to be in like 10 feet of me.
I am within 10 feet of you.
Okay. I stand pretty far back once I'm done reloading.
I'm just going to be playing right next to the trebuchet.
I would bless Lieutenant, but it only lasts a minute, and I'm pretty sure it takes longer than that to reload. All right.
All right, so you can make your next attack roll. You have whatever that inspiration is. You could time it so that it would be.
I mean, it lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah, so you can definitely do that.
Can you add a bardic inspiration after you've already rolled?
You can add the D8 after you roll, but before you hear the results.
Okay, well, he doesn't have to use it then, if he does well.
And it's probably not going to help in that one because it's an attack, but it'll help beef up a bad roll.
Yeah.
It can also be used for saving throws if that comes into play.
All right, Lieutenant, you can do it.
My masterpiece is finished.
All right, let's hit it again.
It's just a giant penis, isn't it?
No. It's really good. I knew you'd get it.
The fuck is that from?
I put it in place of the door knocker. It's a trebuchet.
Oh.
I approve.
So once again, rock goes sailing through the air, smashes one of the towers on the wall. I mean, if you're going to keep firing, just keep rolling an attack roll, Spectre.
And then I shall. Till someone tells me otherwise.
I think you should keep going until the trebuchet can't take it anymore, is what I think.
Wow, you're rolling really well.
All right. Another hit right on the keep building. You actually see the other half of it just sort of collapse down into rubble.
So the keep's toast.
Keep is rubble. You know, you can see it's collapsed.
So what other
You know-
targets do I have in that area?
Those wooden buildings
And the wall
that are
itself.
still inside the curtain wall, but not the...
Yeah,
Ooh,
in
go
the
for
Bailey,
lighthouse.
the keep has a bailey around it. It has a curtain wall around it, so you can fire into it and hit some wooden buildings.
Lighthouse.
Yeah, there's a
I
lighthouse.
don't think we want to hit the lighthouse.
I don't care what we
Ah.
hit.
It'd be easier to get the light bulb thing if it isn't up in the sky.
I don't know if it's gonna disappear if it's not held by whatever magic's holding. Like it's not like it's a marble, it's just gonna drop from the top and then just
How do you
roll.
know?
You
We
don't-
have a trebuchet. I think we should use this trebuchet to solve our problems.
We did spend 2 weeks building it. Well, you guys spent 2 weeks building it. I spent 2 weeks.
Did you come hunting with me?
I'm a bard. I don't do.
Well, I mean, did you come with me while I was hunting?
No.
Boring.
Can I ask a spelling question?
I was trying to figure out how I could
So
get prostitutes to camp.
when we run out
Sure.
of options, you can keep going, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
When we run out of alternatives, Lieutenant could create us a tunnel, and we could see if that effect still takes place underground.
What effect?
What effect?
We were already
Humidity?
talking about undermining the walls, but if we're going to do that, we might as well consider just tunneling our way in.
What's the cast time and limit on Mold Earth?
It's,
It's
one
It's a
action.
cantrip. It's instant.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
Also, what do you need spelled, CC?
How do you spell ad? How do you spell amenities?
Amenities?
a
No,
what?
amenities. It's like a thing.
AMENITIES. Amenities.
What time?
You're just gonna post it in chat.
Yeah, like okay, amenities. Yeah, like mini things, like little tiny things. That you
N-
need.
Amenities is like the facilities at a place, like it's the
Like I
It's
have
like-
this, I have that, and other little tiny amenities. No.
that almost sounds like what, like a context like what, but other than the word tiny, like and other amenities
Thanks,
sure.
Under. I was about to do that.
Mm.
Is
CC,
what I
just
think it is?
follow. Just follows Under's
Yep.
link.
Okay.
I tried asking Siri, but Siri doesn't know how I talk. So Google didn't work. So nah.
So what are you targeting next to the trebuchet?
What? What should I target next, folks?
Those wooden builds. They wouldn't be up if they weren't being used.
Yeah, I think that
Good point. All right, let's hit them in numerical order. 2, 3.
So you said you're going numerical order. All right. Well, you can't hear it, but you see that rock hit. There's a puff of, sort of like a dusty dirt puff, and then you can see a rock sitting in the ground and a bunch of wood sort of scattered about it, like it hit something and it just destroyed whatever structure was there.
Perfect. And this will be for number 3.
Number 3 is a burnt out building right now.
Oh, that's right. So then we'll go with number 4.
I thought he stopped the burning.
They stopped the burning, but the burning had still taken place. They didn't mend the wood.
Yeah, he didn't fix the structure, he just put out the fire.
You
All
can
right.
Use your bardic inspiration on that if you need to.
What's the inspiration die roll?
D8.
I think it's a D8, yeah.
Wanted to get it in before Under said it.
oh
Oh,
All right. So you see the rock fall, poof, right through the middle of the roof. And at first, it doesn't really seem like it had much of effect. But then you just sort of see the whole roof sort of sag, and then it just all collapses in onto the structure.
Yes.
we should use the trebuchet option more often. I mean, it's
We
only a
really
2-week wait.
Put
We- I
wheels
mean-
on it and attach it to the back of the wagon. We can drag it along.
Although Underdark, I would argue that we built one, so I think we could build another one in a week since we have the experience building this one. That's
What's our
He already
first
had the
one?
experience.
Well, I mean, the party helping Like he didn't build
Yeah.
it all
No.
himself.
Now that
Obviously.
we
No.
built one, it might
could-
take
You
a
were
week and a
unskilled
half or a
labor.
week.
You're
We need
you
to buy
being
another
better at
wagon.
unskilled labor doesn't actually help you any.
We need. Now,
If I had my horse, I could drag more lumber over there, but it still takes the same time because he has to assemble the thing, and he's the only one that knows how to.
we need to buy another wagon to carry around
We
the-
can't carry around
the
this thing.
lumber for the stuff for
Yeah.
the trebuchet.
We would, if we had
Like
multiple wagons, maybe we could disassemble the thing and carry it in pieces, but that's a lot. We're
it
talking
is
about a whole
multiple
wagon train.
thousands of pounds.
Again, once I eventually get fabricated, it'll be moot because we can just like throw one together in 10
Mhm.
and just dispose of it when we're done, like it's a fucking paper plate. Only it's a trebuchet.
Hey, you know what's funny, Spectre?
Yeah, you only
What's that?
used about 9 trees to make this.
Are you level 7 yet?
Soon.
Okay, well,
Well,
let me know when you get to level 7. Because I have a treat.
So, are you guys going to continue bombarding the city?
I don't see why not.
I need a target.
Working so far until nothing comes out to poke at us. Yeah, we'll do it.
I mean, we're just knocking. We're waiting for him to open the door.
Gilbert, you could fly over there and see if you can see anything that's
Be right
changed
back.
since.
Yeah, that works. I'll fly overhead and yeah.
Take a couple bombs now that things have been blown up. Maybe you'll have some easy targets.
Yeah, that's right. We got Gilbert bombs. We can trebuchet.
Yeah. Makes sense. I'll go do that.
If you see anyone carrying a book, don't bomb them.
Don't bomb the book people. You got it. And I take the dragon up.
How high?
1,000 feet.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah,
so you're
1,000 is a bit high. Let's go 800.
Okay. So you're flying at 800 feet. And you're flying to the keep?
To the general area of the next target. So where are we targeting next? Guys?
I don't know. You're the recon. You tell me.
We're shit. Okay.
Are there any buildings aside from the keep and the lighthouse that look important while you're flying over the city, Gilbert?
This is a good question. Should I roll for this?
Yeah, roll insight.
Going to be
Oh, you're really good at that.
Meanwhile, Andrews carefully crafted this interior map of the keep and we got it in the city.
I did, in fact.
Hey, remember that time where we took down
That
a
one.
watchtower with just a cantrip?
I didn't. Mold Earth has been a very, very effective cantrip. It doesn't seem like it'd be useful at first, but it's got a lot of hidden depth.
It really is. All right. No, just the big structures are obviously the important ones.
all right. Level the lighthouse.
I'd like to not level the lighthouse. There seems to be something nice in there.
Yeah, 'cause there totally wasn't anything nice inside the keep.
Well, I mean,
Well, there isn't now.
A slight hint of bitterness in its voice as he thinks all the time spent making the interior map.
I was thinking
Oh,
about
Amy
getting one of those
DM
couches.
sucks.
I
we
mean,
can always go through the rubble and try to find anything, but
We're gonna
yeah,
clear out the city full of dead people. Wait, did we destroy the keep's wall at all?
You've
a
damaged
little
it.
bit.
The wall around the keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you damaged it. You hit
I
it a
wasn't
couple
listening
times.
every shot. Okay. But is it breached?
No,
Well, there's an opening.
Oh, okay.
like part of it has crumbled, but it's at the top. It's not like you could just walk in through it.
I was more worried about the undead walking in on us.
Oh, that's a good point. Are the gates closed? Were the gates closed, or I thought they were open?
The
I believe
city
the gates
gates are open. We don't know
But
what
the keep.
You were flying
Well, I was
above
flying
it.
over.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, okay. Good point.
Still waiting to hear where you guys are targeting.
I'll fly over. Yeah, let's target the lighthouse. The base of the building.
Okay.
We're gonna try to hit the base.
Yes.
That is at the other side of the city. You will be shooting at disadvantage.
Hey, look at that one.
Oh. Question. What is the... How high can a ballista... not a ballista. How high can a trebuchet launch a rock?
I'm not going to do the math. I'm going to say it can go like 500 feet up.
It'd be between 700 and 800 feet for the arc.
Okay, and I'm
But
flying
that's
800
it's like
max.
yeah, it's like
Alright.
it's
It's at the top of the arc, so the range is like half.
yeah.
Alright, I feel safe then about the height that I chose.
Yeah, that's shooting at the lighthouse. That's shooting at 2,000 feet. If you shot at 1,000, it'd be probably
500.
500. Yeah.
Well, if that's what you guys want to do, make your attack roll.
What was your roll, Gilbert?
That was the insight to see if we could identify any other important structures.
Oh.
While
was
flying
like-
at like 800 feet.
Pretty sure that speck over there is important. It's a fucking cesspit.
I see a pretty green light.
I
He
did not
flies
jump
into
on the
the
back of
launch
his
zone.
dragon this time.
Yeah.
I'll go with him.
Yeah. So, Spectre, if you're shooting at the lighthouse, make your attack roll at disadvantage.
Oh, bless him.
What does that do mechanically?
He has
Plus
a.
D4.
He also has a bardic inspiration.
He used the inspiration, I thought. Anyway. You're at disadvantage, though, because of the distance. Ah, there you go. Plus D4.
Oh, I thought he got another one.
Yeah, you add the d4 to every attack, so you can stat it now.
That's what I did.
A D4? No, you did not add a D4.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why I just said that. So, subtract that. It's actually a 20, 21 and a 13.
Okay.
That's for the first one, so that's 23, but we're throwing that. And that's the second one, making that a 16.
Okay.
You can use a bardic inspiration if you need to.
He already used it. That's what that D8 roll was.
He has another one.
It's up to you if you want to use it.
Do I have another one?
Someone said they gave it to you.
All right.
How many do you have access to, Burger?
I can give up 5 per short rest,
Nice.
so I'm not worried about holding on to these.
That would have been for the first one, but we throw that out.
Well, it would have been for the roll. You had a disadvantage roll, remember, Spectre?
Yeah, it's rolled after
Yeah.
the roll, so that 6 is fine.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
22.
22.
Alright, Spectre, roll a D100.
Uh-oh.
Oh, row.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
It's probably bad. Depends, I guess, on which way you wanted the tower to fall. Because this rock comes slamming right into the base of this lighthouse. And it begins to teeter and wobble a bit as rocks crumble on it. And you see a crack sort of go through the draconic relief along its side. And then the whole thing tips over and falls into the bay.
Oh, into the ocean?
Into the ocean.
I would like to chase that green light.
Is it still lit?
Okay, yes. So you fly towards it, and you're kind of going down towards it. You can see this faint green light just coming from underneath the water.
You know you can't swim in, like, plate armor, right?
I would recommend come getting somebody that can swim.
Which checking. Someone said that they came with me because I'm honestly not sure on that part.
No, you
No, I
are
said I
bareback.
didn't.
You're bare
Yeah,
alone
you're
right now.
alone.
Oh, okay.
So what are you doing, Gilbert?
If we had Lyle around, he would just jump in and swim.
Flying back and finding someone who could swim. Actually, wait a second. How deep does the water look?
It looks to be maybe 20 feet deep. Not terribly deep. I mean, you can see the light.
And you'll
Okay,
be able
but-
to see the light the whole time as you're.
Yes.
Like, the deep end of a pool is somewhere between 8 and 10 feet of a normal, like, American swimming.
Ah.
So it's
Yeah,
I don't know,
twice
if there's a diving board, it's probably 12.
It's pretty deep.
By me,
Right.
there's actually a diving pool. It's a 40-foot pit. It's really cool.
Yeah, but you never actually go down all the way 40 feet.
Well, no. It's meant for like snorkel gear, like scuba gear diving.
Oh, like practicing.
Yeah. Like for exercising and stuff, like training to be able to scuba dive in a safe environment.
I thought you meant
No,
like
not yet. Yep.
like for like professional or like collegiate sports.
Well
type.
lit by a green light bulb.
You don't need to be able to swim. Your dragon can carry you, right? So just have your dragon fly and jump off while roped to your dragon. And then the
True.
dragon can.
He's not roped to his dragon right now, though.
But he can take an
He
action,
came-
tie
he
himself
came
off to
back.
something.
He came back to get somebody, and I'm telling him nobody has to swim. He can just deep dive.
That's a good point. I like the sound of this.
Why don't you
I'm
throw
gonna
somebody
take the
off your
rope.
dragon instead of yourself?
Nah, it's
Or
all
that.
good. It's all good. I
Plate,
can talk
water,
Yeah.
plate, water.
I'm gonna let him
Wait.
deal with it. He'll be fine.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go risky with this.
Who can actually? Who's not in? Ball, you're like a lightweight person. Do you want to?
What's in it for me? I don't know. I weigh 200 pounds, so, but I am in light armor.
How
Yeah, but you're in light armor.
how do you feel about dragon souls?
Hmm.
So you know that like frost breath that Gilbert
No,
has?
don't spoil it. Don't spoil the surprise.
No, I already
Just-
know about that.
Just go get
Yeah,
your light. Go get your shiny light.
All right. Yeah.
It's a
I'll
personal
rope
thing.
off to the dragon and dive in and get it, and then have the dragon pull me out.
Okay. So Ball hops onto the back of the dragon and they fly off.
I'm going
Tied
with
up. Yeah, with Gilbert. I'm tied to the dragon though.
Like full BDSM.
Okay. All right. So
Go.
you guys see as they're flying away towards the coast, and as you guys are looking out there, you see after Gilbert has passed past the gatehouse, you see what appears to be this old man with a walking stick come walking out of the gate and starts heading up the hill towards you,
Towards the party after we left.
towards the trebuchet that has been bombarding his city.
Is that us on the dragon seeing him? Or
No,
is that
that's the party seeing as they watch you go away. He would not have emerged from the gate until you were well past the gate.
Ah, okay.
Oh, so they didn't see him?
Those two did not see him. The rest of you can
Gotcha,
see
okay.
this old man.
I was confused
Walking up the
at
hill
how
towards
you're
you.
describing it.
I cast Sending to Gilbert, and I'm like, yo, the guy from the keep just walked out of the city. Get back here right now.
Why? He's walking up with a walking stick. It's not like he's charging you guys or being sneaky and
Obviously
teleporting.
a fucking spellcaster.
Well, yeah, but
Like armor.
Okay, but you have to understand. Like he's not coming.
Did you send that to
in...
Ball or did you send it to? Did you
I
send it
sent
to
that to
Gilbert?
Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Okay, so you don't get to argue.
I know it's still fun to argue with him though.
Ball and I will argue this on the dragon. I'm just kidding.
We don't
No,
need
no,
to go back.
Yeah, they're probably fine. They're probably fine. We'll go pick this up, fly back. We won't be gone long.
Amon looks up at the dragon, not turning around, and he says, "Motherfucker."
I just wasted a 3rd level spell slot on fucking idiots.
So this guy's, probably about 600 feet away and is just walking up the hill towards you.
Lieutenant, I hope you
I'm
have
sorry,
counter
not
spell
600,
prepared.
600 feet, about 100 feet away, walking up the hill towards you. Otherwise, the distances don't make sense.
Moving.
I'm gonna just slowly approach this guy, and I'm gonna
As
wave.
soon as he sees someone sort of like poke their head up and stuff, you just hear this, annoyed British voice. What in the name of Mistra are you idiots doing?
We get called that a lot.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Can't imagine
Yeah, he
why
does.
we could call
I
it that.
didn't do it.
I am hiding behind a tree right now. You want me to make a stealth roll?
Yes, you should make a stealth roll.
You're hiding behind a tree. Where? Didn't we cut down the trees?
We kind of deforested everything.
There's some big
Okay.
bushes he could hide behind. I'll give him that.
I'm hiding
Within-
behind, like, the bush or
While-
the trebuchet or something. Out of sight.
While within 10 feet of me.
Wait, he's a gnome. Why does he just put a burlap?
No, he
burlap
would not
sack
be within
over
10
himself?
feet of you.
No, I
I'm
wouldn't.
hiding in a cardboard box.
He's a gnome. Why does he just put a burlap sack over him? I am potatoes.
Okay. So he seems to just sort of have this annoyed look on his face as he's just looking out at those of you who are visible. At this point, he's probably only
waves.
30 feet away.
See, I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details, but we're looking for some book.
Yeah.
There
have
are
you,
many books in this world. Could you perhaps be a bit more specific? Also, why in the Nine Hells did you construct a siege weapon and knock down my home as I was sitting down to morning tea if you were looking for a fucking book?
I cast message to Nala, and I say, because you lightning bolted our dragon.
Well, we need a book, but we didn't want to go in there because there's like zombies and stuff. So we thought we would get your attention and you could come out and help us with our book problem. It took a lot longer to get your attention than we thought.
Well, I'm sorry. It takes a bit of time to walk the 1,000 feet through an undead-infested city to come and see why people are attacking you.
And we weren't really attacking you specifically. We were kind of.
You knocked down my fucking house!
We were attacking the city, not you.
House! Rubble! I'm not sure how much clearer I can make this for you.
You picked some poor real estate. I feel
Perhaps
like
I
this-
did not want visitors.
This seems like a risk.
But we wanted to
that
spread
maybe,
the good news to you. We had to reach out and touch.
I mean, we knocked politely at first.
Didn't
I mean, the
first
Rock
shot
even
go
said
right through the
knock,
key?
knock. First shot was a
no.
crit. It knocked down half the wall.
Yeah,
half
can he see the ammo with knock written in blood on it?
No, because you launched that at his house.
No, I put it on every piece of ammo. Every piece.
Okay, then yes. Yes, he can.
Okay.
And you just see him getting like this angrier and angrier. His like face is turning red.
You know, you should watch that. It's bad for your ticker.
And he begins casting a spell. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Reaction
Yeah,
damage.
counterspell.
That's fine. But initiatives.
Okay.
And then you will both need to make your spellcasting modifier checks to counterspell this.
I will not be going first. That one does not stand for first.
No, it does not. Okay, am I missing anyone? Because if not, you two should make...
Wait. One moment.
Blue's not it.
We're missing Blue.
Nor
Hey,
me and
Gilbert.
Gilbert, but we're not.
Yeah, you're not in this
And
initiative.
We're
We're not
doing
in the
initiative,
initiative
right?
yet.
Sorry, I had a brain fart. I kind of passed out a little bit.
Yeah,
Wait,
roll
so we're
initiative.
doing initiative.
Roll initiative.
Damn.
I'll let Spectre go before me.
I'm so sorry.
This is a reaction if you have one shot to do this. So if you both don't go, only one of you is going.
Well, what am I rolling? Specific?
You are counterspelling something that is not automatically countered, so you need to make a spellcasting ability check. So that for you, that would be intelligence plus, I believe, your proficiency. Yes, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. So intelligence plus, it's an intelligence check plus proficiency.
Oh, I've been doing it this whole time without proficiency.
You are...
Damn. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Wait.
I mean, you are a spellcaster. Wouldn't you be proficient at
Yes,
spellcasting?
you are
I don't know. It's just spellcasting.
Are you
spellcasting
countering it
ability
or not,
check.
Bill Mop?
Yes.
Okay, make your roll. Just the updated initiative.
Well, fuck.
Okay.
Oh wait, can I use lucky on that?
Sure.
That's your last one, isn't it?
Well,
No, it's a new day.
it's been 2 weeks.
That's
Yeah,
right.
That was before the trebuchet build, so.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll keep that.
Okay. Amon, Lieutenant Imperial, I need you to make dexterity saving throws as lightning arcs towards you.
Sounds like a magical effect, so I
It is.
will take advantage on that, and
Yep.
my dex is only plus 12.
That's good.
So I have a question though. Who's close to who?
Dexterity saving throws from Piriel and the lieutenant. And you are all sort of just clumped up around this trebuchet, talking to the guy.
Okay.
You're about 30 feet apart from him.
But everyone's like all like lined up together or something.
Yeah, you guys formed like a semicircle facing him because you were having
Yeah.
a conversation. It did not go well though. Piriel, still need a dex save from you.
So counterspell does not normally apply proficiency bonus, as it is a ability check, not a
Skill.
yeah, not a skill.
Huh.
Or an attack roll. The
Okay,
only
so I had been doing it the whole time correctly.
lore or bards get jack of all trades. Lore bards at level 14 can add their bardic
Sure.
inspiration, and abjuration wizards at level 10 get their proficiency bonus.
Okay. All right. Good to know. All right.
Apparently
Piriel
I
fails
know
it then. We're
thaumaturgy.
moving on.
What fails what?
The dex save I've been calling twice for now.
Everyone rolls it.
I mean, he's one last chance. Go ahead and roll it.
Everyone use the dex save.
No. You will
Okay.
Is
hear
anyone
your
within
name when
10
you need to
was
do
any-
something.
Was anyone within 10 feet of AGR?
Those three
I see.
probably would have been, but
Okay, so they can add 5.
yep, they get 5. So let's see. So Piriel passed, Damon passed, Lieutenant did not, even with the extra 5.
16?
Yeah, 16 does not pass. Lieutenant, you take 42 lightning damage. Amon and Piriel take 21.
Shit.
I am out of the fight.
I
Oof.
hope we have a healer on hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Belmop, what would you like to do?
Huh. Well, okay. Yeah. Fuck this guy. I will cast I'll pull out a wand off of my belt or coat or whatever the fuck it is, and I will cast Magic Missile at 8th.
Okay. Yeah, you're just gonna pepper this guy with magical
Blow that
darts.
fucker away.
Sounds like a machine gun going off, just boom, 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 boom.
I was thinking like
Yeah.
6 Roman candles taped together.
Fire the big gun at him.
Okay.
He takes 37 force damage. And
How
then,
dare he be angry that we blew up his home? How dare
and
he?
then I will move backwards away from this guy as far as I can.
Well, you can move your
Wait,
movement.
yes, as long as I stay within 60 feet.
Okay.
Endlessly complicated.
Alrighty. Anything else?
No, that is it.
Okay. Lieutenant. So you're making a death save.
By the way, Bill,
Ew.
real quick, since it's now too late for my advice to matter, maybe you should have moved into the range of my. I didn't want to.
Hey.
Affect your
Well, Lieutenant,
Awesome.
you wake up on the ground with 1 hit point, having just been electrocuted unconscious.
Oh boy.
So what would you like to do?
I think
Because that's at the start
Get
of your
to the
turn that
big
you
gun.
make those.
Where is this guy?
30 feet in front of you.
How far in front of
3-0.
him? And is anyone next to
No, he's alone.
him? I'm gonna yank out that one, hit him with an 8th level fire.
Okay.
You say bolt or ball?
Ball.
Ball.
Oh my.
He said my name.
Oof.
Oof.
Well, go ahead and roll that damage.
Alright, let me figure out what the fuck I am.
14d6.
I think. I have to check. Hold on.
I think it's 15d6.
In a burning ball of fire.
Plus 1d6 per spell level, so 16d6,
Oof.
Very
I
nice.
think.
It would be 15 because the first level doesn't count.
Alright. No, wait, hold on. Fuck. It's third level, so at fourth level it's 1, 5th, 6th, 7th. So it's 13. It's 13.
13.
Don't
13
Fireball start out at 66 though?
8d6.
8d6.
At level
Plus
3.
1 per level above third, and he casts it at 8th level.
45 fire
Oof.
damage.
There's a lot of ones in there. Yeah, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2.
Okay, he has been bloodied.
Well, that's good to know.
That was easy.
And then I'm going to move to cover.
Probably behind the trebuchet.
That's the only cover right next to you. You're just going to duck down in hard cover there?
I should have specified that I would have dug trenches, but it's too late.
Yeah, you should have, because you didn't.
So yeah, and then that'll be it for me.
Okay. Imperial, your turn.
Alright. How far is this guy from me?
30 feet.
I can make it to him and attack. Yeah, I
would-
can make it to him and attack.
I would do that.
Huh?
I
Do
would
it.
try to attack.
I am going to go attack.
Okay. You run up to him. That is a miss.
You have extra attack, right?
Yeah, I have that.
That will hit him.
2 attacks. Okay, that's gonna be, and I'm gonna burn a spell level
Might that fucker.
to divine.
Is he undead?
No.
Burn a second level spell.
Sure.
So that means I roll.
Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's hurting from that. Still alive, though.
All right. Um. And for my bonus action, I am going to compel duel. He makes a save.
Wisdom save.
Yeah, wisdom save.
What's the
Thought it was
DC on it?
charisma.
14.
Thought it was charisma.
It is charisma. It's a plus. It's a 14. It's charisma.
You don't like your charisma.
Compelled duel.
No,
Whatever.
it's a wisdom. It says wisdom off across from it.
Yeah,
It is
it's a
very
wisdom
good.
save. He failed it.
Never mind.
He now
that
has
do?
no other target but Perry.
Well, he's disadvantaged against other targets. He can choose to shoot somebody else.
Or just use
Pass a wisdom
AoEs.
save.
That too.
Yeah.
Must pass a wisdom save to move more than 30 feet from Imperial.
I don't think he's moving anywhere.
Anything
Okay.
else,
So
Periel?
y'all, that's it. No, I'm gonna yell at him. You'll make a great chapter in my book.
Footnote, maybe.
He smiles coldly at you. All right, Nala.
He's like, well, that's the one I'm going to use power word kill on.
So I moved up to have a conversation with this guy. Am I closer than 30 feet to him?
You can be 20 feet. You could have taken like a couple steps forward when all the shenanigans went down.
Alright. I'd like to go behind him and start casting a spell. And I'm going to prepare Distant Whispers and cast it after he does anything.
Okay. You can do that. Anything else?
Bonus action, Bardic Inspiration to Amon.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. On his turn, he's going to start by casting a spell.
Counterspell.
You can counterspell it, Billmop, if you want. You have to make the roll. So it's just going to be an intelligence roll then.
I think Slashbot's being weird.
Looks okay to me. I haven't seen anything from you. There we go. Hey, it fizzles.
Hey, look at that.
Nice.
He looks put out by this, and then he disappears.
Reasonable.
He disappears?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
You know, I have a
You
spell
already
for
had it.
that, but
Oof, but you guys can still see where he is. He is about 90 feet down the hill towards the gate.
That actually matches my passive perception. Do I know where he is with
Yeah.
that?
I don't think anybody doesn't. I think the lowest passive perception in the group is 9, so everyone knows where he is still.
Yep.
I'm going to use a free action to wave.
He moved?
He teleported.
Where do you teleport?
How far
90
away?
feet away.
He is 90 feet away from where he was. Down the hill towards the gate.
He
You can
passes wisdom
teleport and
save?
cast a spell in the same turn.
Yes, he can.
He
He's not a
passes
player. He's a
wisdom save?
monster, technically.
What is that, Mr. People keep talking over you?
He passes wisdom save?
What wisdom save?
He's gotta make
To
a
move
wisdom
away.
save to move 30 feet.
He did
more
not
than 30
use
feet
He
away.
teleported.
movement. Yeah, he just teleported. He didn't move.
He's now 30 feet away from me.
He's now
He's
90 feet away
more.
from you.
Because he
Yeah, but-
teleported. He
Yeah.
didn't
Yes, but he-
move.
He didn't move. A spell moved him.
He loopholed it.
Yeah, he did told it. Loop what?
There's ways to get around first level spells.
A lot of ways.
Doesn't your
Oh.
dissonant whispers go off though?
It would
He's
if
out
he
of
wants
range.
it to. That's
Oh, he's out of
unfortunate.
range.
You would have had a chance when you saw him cast the fizzled spell before he teleported if you want to use it.
I would like to do that then.
Okay.
Neat.
Wisdom save,
I will be right back.
Okay.
because you're a generous DM, up until the point where we start dying. And then I get salty. 16 is the DC, so he'll take half of this.
Oh fuck! You lost the rod of justice.
5 psychic
Smart.
damage.
Okay. He does not appear affected in any way by that.
Fair enough.
Resistant to the unresisted damage? Question mark?
I don't think
Yeah.
it's resisted. I think he's immune.
There's a way to get that.
Anything else? Okay, then we're going on to Blue.
Oh, Blue's a ranged character.
Yep.
Yep. He is 120 feet away from you.
I'm gonna get out my thingy, my longbow.
Okay.
Are you a samurai? Because I think you can use fighting spirit to get advantage.
I'm reading. As a bonus action, I can give myself advantage on weapon attacks and temporarily HP. This advantage on weapon attack rolls lasts until the end of my current.
Do you have elven accuracy? Are you an elf?
No.
No, she's a variant human.
I just
Um,
need to know.
I think she's
But I
hybrid
also
fighter or
get,
pure fighter.
I have archery fighting style, which +2 bonus
plus
to
2.
attack roll.
That's already on your sheet.
Yeah.
But
So you have plus
so
2 and advantage. It's fine.
Okay.
can she do an attack on her bonus action?
Her bonus action is to give herself advantage.
What does she
on
need
all.
advantage for?
Fighting
Fighting
spirit.
What does
Attack.
she
But if
need
she-
it for, though? She's a
She
longbow.
Because-
didn't use
Because
it.
advantage.
Advantage to hit or advantage to damage?
No,
To
it's
hit.
Advantage.
to
no,
hit.
it's advantage to
It's an
hit.
advantage to hit, so you can, make your attack roll with disadvantage if you're going to shoot him.
She's a longbow. 120 is inside of its
Oh yeah,
non-disadvantage range, so
So it's advantage.
correct. So she can make her attack if she wants.
I'd like to.
Oh, roll it.
It's still a D20? What all do I
2d20.
plus?
It's 2d20, KH for keep higher 1.
2D20.
KH1.
And then you add your 2-hit modifier that's on your longbow.
Plus 2 hit modifier?
Alright, on your character sheet, do you
First
have
page, bottom right.
do you have the longbow in the
Yes,
Weapons
it's
thing. What's it
plus-
say?
plus 8.
There you go.
Let's say, okay. Yeah, so it's 2d20.
You're gonna want to take
KH1.
that.
Yep.
Okay. Your arrow bounces off a magical shield that appears. Doing.
Do you have extra attack? Are you level 5?
Not yet. Whatever experience I'm getting, hopefully this time I will be level 5.
isn't average party level 6 now?
No, not yet. Because
No,
so
I'm
many
still
people
level 5.
switched characters that it dropped the average party level back to 5.
I
It's
switched
fine.
when everyone did, and I'm 6 now.
I'll be right back.
I'm pretty sure we'll be able to have 200 or 350 XP after this.
If we kill him,
Let's keep.
but he's getting away.
Yeah.
Or at least 1,000.
that
Anything
it?
else? Is there anything else you're doing, Blue?
Anything else I can do, is there?
Okay. Ahmad.
You do have
Cool.
action
Move.
surge,
Okay, so he was 30 feet plus 90 feet, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I move 30 feet, he's still
Oh.
90 feet away. My range on my longest range option really would be to drop fucking spiritual weapon, which would still not be in range of him.
Spiritual weapon is a bonus action, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to use my action to dash, and then I
Good.
could drop it on him with a bonus action.
If there's nothing else you can use your action for, then that's what you should do.
I'm just looking. I don't have anything else that I think is a better option. I might have some other things that are bonus actions, but nothing with better range than that. So I think that's as good as I'm gonna get. So yeah, I'm gonna dash towards him, and I'm gonna cast spiritual weapon right up next to him.
Maybe I
Okay.
can get you a crossbow or something.
I really should give him a crossbow. Are you casting it at 2nd level or higher?
2nd level.
He's a paladin. He doesn't have very high level spell slots.
All right. It bounces off that magical shield still.
That's still up.
That is up for the
Mhm.
until his next turn. It is the shield spell.
Interesting. You cut out.
I said it's the shield spell. It's up until his next turn.
Okay.
Oh, that's true.
Well, let's see. There's not a lot else I can do. I will say, if we had known you were going to be so cordial, we probably wouldn't have crushed your house. Sorry. I don't look that sorry, though. That's it.
He appears unmoved. Okay, Billmop.
Such a heart-wrenching apology, and this heartless monster is just...
So I'm now 150 feet, or 145 feet away from.
Yes.
What was the time frame for the conversation?
Maybe 30 seconds before insults were hurled and then spellfire.
Has Puriel moved at all?
Puriel is where he was standing before, so Puriel is 90 feet away from this guy.
Puriel is 90 feet away. Okay. I am going to fuck. It's too far away. I'm going to
Alright, I'm back.
cast haste on Puriel.
Okay.
And then I will move forward 25 feet.
Okie dokie. Anything else?
Now that I know that he's a gnome, all I can think of is Piglet.
Lieutenant.
Question. Is the trebuchet loaded?
Yes.
Would it be possible for me to shoot him with the trebuchet?
You are using the trebuchet equivalent of shooting into melee, so you will have disadvantage on your to hit. But you are the engineer who built it. You can make it hit that short if you wanted to.
Wait, 120 feet is melee?
For a trebuchet. Yeah, it is. It really is. If the normal range is 1,000 feet, it is.
Couldn't he use the ballista on the top of the carriage?
You'd have to get to it.
Why would he do that when he has a trebuchet?
Yeah.
So,
You know,
yeah.
There are more sensible options, but there are options. These are not options that are as fun. So I'm gonna fire the trebuchet at him.
Okay. I'll make your attack with disadvantage. Oh, I want this to work.
Or something I could do.
I don't think I need to roll again.
You really should. Oh wait, no, one. Yeah, you're fucked.
I want to point this out real quick. I want to point this out real quick. Both Puriel and myself are in that area. I'm probably the closest to that guy.
You're the only one in that area, Amon. Puriel hasn't gone yet to move from 90 feet away.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm 60 feet away.
Yeah, but
I'm the next closest, Alec. 80, I think.
So I think I'm probably the one. If anybody's getting hit, that's not him. It's me. Which is great because we still want to see it hit something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it comes down on you.
Oh god. Oh god.
You take 56 bludgeoning damage.
Oh shit.
Okay.
As his Brock's literally thump right on top of you.
Well,
And you're prone.
But I am knocked flat
Yes, you are
on
knocked.
my face.
Yes,
Did
you are.
Amogus get smoked
There's
by
also
4
a
d4?
heavy rock on top of you.
Are you
You
still
dead?
awake?
It's only a
I'm
10-pound
unconscious.
rock.
I am unconscious.
Okay.
The rock reads knock knock.
I would have had 2 HP if I was at full health.
That's unfortunate.
Is it really, though?
The rock also says knock.
Is it really unfortunate?
The rock says knock knock, and that knock knock is just facing this guy who's like 6 feet away, kind of looking like, the fuck just happened?
That's great.
Alright. Is there anything else you want to do, Lieutenant? That took your action.
Gonna move towards the carriage to get the rep.
Alright, you take off running for the carriage.
Can I use a free action to laugh my ass off?
Yes, yes, you can.
Thank you, because I don't have a reaction left.
Alright. Burial.
I'm gonna try to get the boulder off of Amon.
Well, he's
Oh,
60
good
feet away
guy.
from you,
Has haste.
so he does. So yeah, you can get up there.
Alright, good.
Try to kill the guy.
We were using 10-pound ammo to match the Gilbert bomb's weight, so it's not that heavy. of a
So
boulder.
what do I roll? A strength check?
It's a 10-pound boulder. You don't need to roll a strength check. You can just pick
Okay.
it up.
And then I'm
It's a very
going
light
to-
bowling ball.
Is that all my actions, or can I? I
Uh,
want to.
that was an item interaction, so you still have your main action.
And your hasted action.
Okay, good. I want to cast Lay on Hands on Amon to get him back up in the fight.
Sweet.
And if you use your hasted action to get within melee of, or within 30 feet or melee of the guy, because you can do that, you have another 60 feet of movement, then he'll either take an attack of opportunity from you, or have to teleport again, or not be able to move.
Okay. Yeah, so Amon starts coughing and spluttering as he's like, this marshy mud. He's just like
I'm gonna give him.
pushing out of his
I'm
mouth.
gonna give him half of my max. So 20. I haven't used it yet, so I had 25. So he gets half of that, just in case I needed to keep myself alive.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can still move 60 feet.
Okay, so can I get to the guy?
If you have 30 feet of movement, yeah,
Yeah, 60.
60.
then yes, you can.
Then I'm gonna go up there. How many attacks do I have? Actions do I have?
If you're attacking with your, did you use your haste action to hit
You
dash?
didn't- not yet.
He used
This is
to.
it.
Then you
Right.
don't. You're right in front of him, but you don't have any actions left with which to attack. But you're very menacing right up in front of him.
Because you used your
Action to hit
plan.
me, and then and your
Wait,
does
then I
what?
wouldn't have run up into his face then.
Okay, what would you like to do then?
I thought I had an attack left.
Well, you have a hasted
If you
action.
you have your
don't
hasted
run
action. Your
or
main
attack from
action.
there.
Your main action was lay on hands. So you have your
Right.
haste attack if you want to use it, but he's 30 feet away from you, from where you're standing.
Okay. I'm gonna drop my scythe and pull my bow and fire.
Okay. That you can do. Roll to hit.
Can I make
Vines.
a smite with a bow?
No.
No, it has to be a
only
melee.
You have to
But-
be able to touch your
But you can
target.
still put an arrow in him.
I mean,
I mean,
it can be considered smiting, but it's not any deity helping you. You're just putting arrows in this guy until he stops moving.
Oof.
Ooh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah, it goes
Two
right
magic
through that
twists.
magic shield and hits him. So,
Oh, too bad you couldn't smite that.
He's just looking at this arrow in his chest, being like, "The fuck."
Fuck that
So-
shield.
I
Let's see
have
how
the
much
worst
health he
shield.
has.
Never buy
Okay.
discount magic.
Okay, so he's still around like 50 health, if I've been counting correctly. Which I usually don't
That's-
do, but
How do you
That's why
know
I
which
wanted to
health you
haste
need
you.
to start?
Well,
Because
he's
he's
really
that
starting
bloody.
to hate me.
he said
He
he,
got-
was
He is. He
bloodied after
really
80.
is.
That
Well,
was
he got bloodied with 2 attacks. It was an overall of 70. So
yeah. There's a wide range where he could have been bloodied.
I'm done.
Okay. Nala.
I'm going to
Please kill this guy.
run past Amon. And that would put me around 30 feet, right?
Mhm.
20?
Amon is 30.
Alright. I don't have a lot of offensive spells as the party support, surprisingly enough, but I do have Shatter, so I'm going to use that.
Okay.
and everybody in the party cringes when he uses it.
Mhm.
Bad memories.
Okay, is
What are
that
you
a
talking about?
save?
Con save.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
It's always good when the DM says, ooh.
Yeah, he's not
God
professional
damn
with
it.
us.
If you hadn't lost that fucking rod to the hags,
You can blame that one on the druid. I was negotiating with the hags successfully alongside
I
Amon.
know. I'm just complaining out loud. I'm not complaining to any specific person.
Out of
500
character
damage.
complaining.
Yeah, out of character complaining.
Okay.
I-
Yeah, you seem to like cringe as like nails on a chalkboard kind of make the shattering noise.
Then bonus action, Bardic Inspiration to Imperial.
Okay.
Alright, that's my turn.
Okay. On his turn, he's going to start casting a spell.
Counter spell.
Oh fuck.
You're going to have to roll it.
I get. That is not what I was trying to do. Does a 20 counter it?
Yes, it does.
Wonderful.
He then casts another spell.
And that's not something I have a reaction to counter spell anymore.
I don't think I'm in range.
He's the only spellcaster in range. I think the rest of you are over 90 feet away. All right. Then in that case, Puriel, Amon, and Nala all need to make charisma saving throws.
Oh, sweet.
You guys within 10 feet of me? Because if you are
Nala might be.
Nala,
Well,
Uh,
Nala only ran 30 feet, so she would be
Yeah,
right.
she's like
next to-
right past you, so she should be still within the 10 feet. You're good, Nala.
cool. That's 5.
Alright.
I think I'm gonna do okay. Yeah.
I don't know.
Puriel.
Both of you, if you need it, have a bardic inspiration. But I think
You already
you're-
gave one to Puriel, so.
Yeah, I have given one to both of them. I'm just reminding them.
Puriel. Mr. PC. Did he say he was stepping away?
I didn't hear him.
Hello.
Okay, going once. Going twice.
I don't know. I heard
Poof!
him say.
Puriel disappears.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh,
And
okay.
then he teleports again.
He teleports again?
What the fuck?
You disappeared.
Good God, man.
You have the
Timing
worst timing.
Oh, no,
Sorry,
he
I
doesn't
stepped
teleport.
away for a moment because it wasn't my turn, and I figured, I'd be all right.
Yeah,
No,
it's
no,
the other
you're
guy's
not.
turn. You should really stay by. the
Okay.
computer.
Anyway, what happened to me?
You got
Did I go
banished.
bye-bye?
You got
Got
banished.
banished.
Well, that ain't but for a minute.
That
You're
is
in the
for-
Matrix
but for a
loading
minute.
screen.
And this guy is just going to fly 30 feet at 45 degrees up. So he
Now
goes
how far
15
away
feet
is
back and 15 feet up.
So I assume he hasn't had to make any like concentration checks.
Not yet.
Okay.
Now how far away is he?
He's still within your range.
Let's see. From you,
He
he
would've
is
vested
like
150
150 feet ish. Let's say.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah, no, he's well within your longbow range. He's just
Yay.
floating in the air.
How far is he away from me?
You were.
He was 120.
Yeah, so he's like 135 feet away.
Okay.
So, Blue, what are you doing?
Alright, so I want to try and use my action surge and my second fighting spirit.
Okay.
Wait,
You
no,
can do that.
okay, wait.
Yeah.
Move in range, bonus action, fighting spirit, attack surge, attack.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't even have to
Did
move
we-
to do that. You can just take your 2 longbow shots.
And you can keep him more in range, so it'll take more effort for him to get out of range, but
Yeah,
he is
I
in
would
range
move
where he is
anyway.
now.
I would move anyway.
Okay, so I'll move. How close can I move?
Well,
Yeah.
how much movement do you have?
I think you're 30 feet.
Default
Yeah.
movement is 30, yeah.
30 feet.
Okay. Then you can get 30 feet closer if you want.
Okay, then that.
So you would take first attack at advantage, 3 attacks at normal.
No, it'd be
So-
everything at advantage.
No.
Fighting spirit is for the turn, not the.
Oh
one attack.
shit!
And
So
why?
four
Yeah.
attacks at advantage.
Where is the 4 attacks coming from? She only gets 1 attack per turn normally.
It's
Fighter
it's
form.
just 2 attacks, CC.
It's just
Did
2
she
attacks.
take action surge?
Yeah, but
that's
she's
where she
fighter
gets the
form.
second
She
one.
doesn't have. She
Yeah,
doesn't
she
have
does
extra.
it.
Oh,
She's not high enough level.
So she gets 2 attacks. Blue, you can make 2 attacks.
Alrighty, how do I type that out? Do I
Same
type
way
in
you did
the
before.
2D blah, blah,
2
blah?
different attacks.
Exactly. You just do that twice.
Exact same thing? Okay.
Exact
Yep.
same thing twice.
Yeah.
Except for one of them, you won't have the key.
2D20.
No, they're both at advantage.
yep.
KH1.
Plus
Oh yeah,
8.
that's right. That's for the whole turn.
And last time it was plus 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it rolled? Am I rolling hit or am I rolling damage?
You are rolling
This
to
is
hit.
the hit.
To hit.
Nice.
That first one will hit. The second one will bounce off a magical shield that he summons.
Okay, well at least we're making him spend his spell slots.
So now
A
I
bunch of
roll
them.
damage, right?
Yes.
The first one only.
Yeah, so I only roll run. Is there anything specifically that I need to roll besides 1d8?
Is there
Plus
a
your mod.
Dexterity.
modifier? Your dexterity modifier.
It should tell you on the attack section of your sheet if it's filled in correctly.
Oh, it
What
has
you
a
roll for
damage.
damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
damage is a 1d8 plus
okay,
something,
just-
correct?
Just to so fighting spirit and doesn't affect the damage at all.
No.
Just
No.
It'll be
No.
it'll be 1d8 plus whatever your dex is. So I think that's plus 3.
And again, it'll say what it
wish.
is. It will say
plus
what
four.
it is. It will say what it is in the attack.
Your damage roll does not change very often.
okay, there you go. It's 10.
I hope
Okay.
he has to make a concentration save.
Okay, yes, he does in fact have to make a concentration save.
Yay! I do good, right?
You shot him with an
that.
arrow.
Yeah. You did 10 points of damage, which is a lot more than.
You've done more than about
Hey,
half the
Piriel
party has.
reappears.
Does he fall?
Why would he
No,
fall?
Puriel appears right back where he was.
No,
Man.
he's wondering if he failed a concentration on fly, I guess.
I did good.
No. No, he's still flying.
I'm all giddy.
Motherfucker.
Blue is all
Done
giddy.
good.
Yay.
Yep. Blue did everything right.
All right, Amon.
I'm gonna look up at him, and I'm gonna say, I suggest you come back down here and surrender peacefully. Casting suggestion. That's
Okay.
a whiz save.
Yes, it is.
Hey. Does have advantage though.
He does have advantage.
Yeah.
Don't think he needs it though.
Yeah, he's fine. That's all I've got. I don't have a ranged attack that can hit him up there, I don't think.
Okay. Belmont.
You have your spirit
Okay.
Nah, it's already summoned and it can't reach him.
Would this guy basically be a boss fight or
can
a
move him.
mini boss?
I'm never gonna catch him. Not worth it.
There's a not small chance he was meant to be a peaceful NPC.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, okay.
There is a
Very
very
like-
not small chance.
Under.
Very likely had peaceful intentions.
Yeah, he really wanted nothing to do with you guys until you knocked his fucking house down. What is
Not
it?
politely.
Well, my question is, considering how, powerful he is, would he be considered a mini boss or a
We don't
final
really
There
have
are no such
bosses.
designations in D&D.
Yeah. Okay, but
All right, so Belmont, what are you doing?
RPG
Blue,
terms-
it's unimportant.
Okay. So, this guy is gonna get fucked up, and I'm going to move 25 feet closer. So
Mhm.
I should be now 110. If I remember
Okay,
correctly.
sure.
And then, let's see what. Then I will, I will cast Magic Missile at second
Okay.
because I don't fucking want to deal with his shield.
Your darts splat harmlessly against his shield.
Wait,
The
fuck.
the shield
shield
spell
makes him
negates
immune.
magic missile.
Oh, wait, what?
Wah, 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 wah.
Do you have anything else you are doing?
God.
I really
fuck.
need to get that on a soundboard.
Oh God.
God damn it. Should have just shot up. Fuck.
Just hang your head and go dope.
I'm just gonna.
What are you doing?
Thanks for that right now.
With an int of 20, would I have remembered that? Because.
You didn't.
Okay,
You
great.
you already
okay.
spoke. You already spoke. It's done.
Yeah,
Done.
okay. Well.
Yeah, if
that's
you
it.
were sitting around the campfire, no stress, sure, you would have remembered shield would have blocked it. Stress of battle, making little errors like that, it happens.
Out of
All right.
character.
Lieutenant.
Fine.
How close am I to the carriage?
You are probably like 15 feet away from it at this point. You've been running towards it.
Alright, I'm gonna hop on it and fire a ballista at him.
Excellent. Go ahead. Make your attack roll. It goes wide. That javelin just goes sailing off into the city somewhere.
I'm actually, the rolls actually matter. I'm just actually fucking tanking, I noticed.
Did you have
The
a
rules
bardic
mattered
inspiration?
before, don't worry.
I don't think it would bump it up enough.
Did not give one to.
Did he use the second one?
Did she?
It hasn't been 10 minutes, I don't think.
I recall I used it on one of the
Oh, using a save?
trebuchet shots.
No, you used that's where you got the 8 on it, right?
I don't remember.
No, he
Probably
used
don't
two.
have it.
The
Don't
second
worry.
Oh,
one
he
was
used
a
2?
6.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Second
That's
was a
fine.
6. Alright.
All right.
I guess I'm gonna load the ballista. That'll
Okay.
be it for me.
All right, Periel.
All right. How far is this? No, I'm gonna shoot him with my bow. The hell with.
Okay. Well, he's 15 feet in the air, so hitting him with the sword is a little hard.
You can throw it.
But yeah, you can definitely shoot him with a bow.
God damn it! I could have done
Nice
actually
crit.
so much more.
2 crits from Periel. Let's just admire that for a little bit. With the bow of all things.
I know. It's like, oh great, another 1d6.
That's a D8, the short bow.
D8 is a longbow.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, D8's the long bow.
Did I do a critical hit? I don't. Did that,
No.
what did I do?
No, we'll tell you.
Oh.
He must
Oh,
have
yeah.
a crossbow then.
Okay.
Light crossbow's
Oh.
D8.
No, I have a longbow.
You have a longbow? Oh.
Nice.
You have another attack because you are hasted.
That is true.
Can I fire? Since I have 2 attacks per round, do I have to fire 4 times then?
No, haste is only
No,
1 attack,
one
so
haste.
3 attacks total.
So yeah, you have 2 more attacks then.
That will miss. That will also miss.
All right, then I'm
He
done.
didn't get Bardic Inspiration on either of those. I don't remember if he was one of the people that got it.
He did
Right
have
now-
Bardic Inspiration. I
Right
don't know
now,
if he
Amon
used
and
it.
Muriel have it. Neither of you have used it as far as I know.
What does it do?
Adds a D8 to one of those rolls.
You can add
Add
a
it-
D8 to a saving throw, attack roll, or ability check.
You could
Roll
use
a
it to
D8,
try
add
to
to the
not
14.
miss. Look at that.
That
That
would
brings
barely
me-
hit him through a shield.
Make him burn his spell slots.
Not very much, but it's some damage.
It
More
is
than
some
0
damage. He's looking pretty rough from when he started.
And I am done.
Okay.
Who's next in initiative?
It is Nala.
Wonderful. Oblivious to my party's cringing behind me because I don't remember a damn thing about what happened, I'm going to run my 30 feet towards him and cast Shatter again.
Okay.
I'm going to do this one at 3rd level.
Sure.
So, con save out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Yeah, he's having shit luck on the shatters. So that would put you like just about level with Periel, by the way.
Okay. 22 thunder damage to him.
Nice.
And
He's
Is he
real
not dead
rough.
yet?
No, but he's right on the edge.
I got nothing I can really do on a bonus action.
Underdark, I hate to metagame here, but you said he was bloodied at 82 damage.
Yes.
He's at 177 damage right now.
Yep.
That is more than half.
Yep.
He fucking healed.
You don't
One of
know
those-
all the circumstances.
All of the spells that one of the spells that we didn't counterspell was probably like a fucking cure wounds, some ridiculously high.
Or he has regeneration because he's a werewolf.
He
I
looked
love
unaffected
werewolves.
by
There
my
are
dissonant whispers.
many effects that
vampire.
could have affected his health total without you realizing it.
Or he's a troll. He was a troll this whole time.
Or a building falling on top of him. That would possibly do a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
Maybe.
hmm
Is there anything else you got, Nala?
Nope.
Okay.
At least not that would help. I could give him a bardic inspiration, but that's not going to be
Okay.
helping us.
Yeah, he's gonna fly 30 feet away from you guys, just straight towards the wall. what is the range on that? Oh, good. So he is then going to start casting a spell back at the group that's behind him.
Am I within 60 feet?
What's the range on Shatter?
60.
Let's see. Piriel was only like 45 feet away from him, so if you moved 30, now you're at 75.
Wait, he flew away from Pyrio?
Yes.
How far away?
He,
I thought you said
Did I
you said
mess up
move-
something?
That's his move. That's his movement
Yeah, that's his movement.
to go away.
Did I mess something up here?
Is he still compelled to duel?
No, that ends if you aren't within 30 feet of him at the end of your turn.
It also ends if your allies hurt the person who's compelled to duel you, which we have done multiple times.
Yep.
I wasn't sure how compelled the duels work. I was just double checking.
Yeah, no, he's no
That's-
longer under compelled duel. That last sentence was the one I was focusing on. But yeah, you're also correct. The fact other people
That's-
hit
He
him
was-
ended the duel.
so. He was 15 feet from Nala, Shatter, and now
No,
he's
he
75
was
feet with one
45
movement?
feet away from Nala. Shatter is a 60-foot range. That's what I was making sure of, because Piriel was 45. I need to know whether
thought
Nala had to keep running up. So he said he just wanted to get in range, and I said you were up next to Piriel.
Okay.
I assumed you would want to be next to Piriel for saving throws.
I'm not worried about saving throws. I have advantage.
Good,
Um,
because the fireball's heading your way.
oh, good. Dexterity. I'm not terrible
Yeah.
at that.
So Nala, Amon, and Piriel need to make dex saves.
Well, fuck it up.
Am I inside of Piriel's aura?
Yes, that's why I.
Alright, I'm in range of this.
Yes, the explosion you are. That because you're
Okay.
like 30 feet behind Piriel, you're right on the edge of it, but still.
All right.
Piriel, what's your
We get a +5.
what's your you have a +5 charisma?
No,
Paladin
What are we
ability. The Paladin aura is what I'm talking about. It's a dex save. I need dex saves from Piriel, Nala, and Amon.
I need to know what the aura
no,
modifier is.
isn't the Mon the one with the shield that has everybody the +5?
Yeah, don't you have the aura? Or are you
I don't-
telling
I have that aura because I'm
don't.
level 6. Are you level 6 paladin?
No, I'm level 5 paladin.
Then
Okay.
you don't have that aura.
Yeah, but we're close enough to you to get the belt.
Yep, still need a
No.
dex save from you though, Piriel. Okay, well you guys are only going to take half of this because you managed to dodge out of the way of most of it.
I'm gonna be unconscious either way, but that's good to know.
Same.
So you
Yeah.
take 16 fire damage each.
Unconscious.
Unconscious.
conscious? I wouldn't be if I failed that, because 33
Hello.
is my max health.
I had 15 hit points from the.
Mark
Okay.
up.
Then it is Blue's turn.
Hit that motherfucker.
Shoot arrows at him. Pew pew. I'll be right back.
Pew pew cuckoo cuckoo.
I am.
Blue, are you here?
CC.
Hey, are you here?
Yes, sorry, what I missed.
Your
It's
turn.
your turn.
Okay, sorry. Did he move? Like, is he further away?
He's
or is
still
he
in range.
You guys
Still
gotta
moving
not.
towards him though.
You guys gotta like pay attention so we don't
We'll
have to
talk
update
about
you.
it after the fight. Just
Sorry.
let's keep going. It's your turn.
I'm fainting here and there. Sorry.
So what are you doing?
Attacking. Did I roll the exact same thing I did last time, or is it just a?
If you're using your third samurai ability again, then you will have advantage to the same thing. If you're not, then do not roll 2d20.
Okay, yeah.
Oh. Hey.
Hey, you hit him. Roll damage.
Does he try to use a shield again?
There's no point.
But what if he just really wanted to?
He wants to, but it's not going to help, so he won't.
Okay. He's looking really rough.
Yay! I'm
but
sorry. I'm
good.
Stiff
thinking
breezing to
here.
knock this guy over now. There's got arrows sticking out of him. He's got spell
Good.
damage.
We're running out of people.
4 arrows sticking out of him.
All right.
It's two from
Anything else,
Imperial,
Blue?
2 from Blue.
Nope, that's it.
All right. Amon.
Death save.
Yeah,
Jinx.
save yourself from death.
Do I get the bonus on my?
I believe
From
the
my
aura
own-
requires you to be conscious.
You have to go look at it.
I'm pretty sure it
It
requires
does
you to be
require you to be
conscious.
conscious.
Still pretty good.
Still pretty good. So that's one success. Belmop.
Okay. How far away is he now? He was 110, and then he moved 30.
Yeah.
And if I move 25, he'll still be 115, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I will cast Oh fuck, that's only 90 feet. Fuck. Okay. Never mind. I will cast Firebolt.
Okay. Well, make your attack roll.
And before you say anything, I might want to lucky this. So,
Sure.
yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Are you going to
That's
lucky
better.
that? Are you going to lucky that?
No.
Okay, then roll damage. You hit him.
Good. Because I hope a 25 hits him if a 24 hits.
You can hope all
Use
you
a
like.
shield +2.
What's up?
And my new
We're killing a friendly NPC. Don't worry.
You know,
My-
the usual.
Yep. My new level 6 Warm Mage Power Surge lets me do an extra 3 force.
Okay.
So he takes 5 fire and 3 force.
Okay. His dead jackal-headed ass lands in the dirt right in front of the wall.
He has a jackal head on his ass.
No, he's an ass with a jackal head.
There you
Wait,
go.
I thought you said he was a human.
I did, yes.
At the time.
Sounds like a shapeshifter.
His old
Are jackals supposed to be like good aligned or I don't know what the anyway.
Well, we're
Sounds
not
like a
sure really.
demon.
Yeah.
We okay. Well, I'll give him the briefs.
All right.
So we're chilling outside the
Egyptian
city.
god in
We
Anubis.
flew over. I'm talking, Imperial. We flew over, checked it out, dropped a Gilbert bomb on one of his little buildings inside the forte, and he shot a lightning bolt back. And so we went back out. We chilled for 2 weeks. So built the trebuchet, knocked over his keep with the trebuchet, and then he came hiking up the hill and said hello. And that's where we're at. And he's dead now. Great.
I would like to loot his body.
I'm closer. I'm looting it first.
I would like
You
to
have
help
2
you loot the
unconscious
body then.
teammates.
That they are ignoring.
I'm-
All right.
I'm
Well,
gonna
before we
pick
get to
him up
that,
with healing word.
Before we get to that, guys.
Okay.
So we have a lot of times when I'm calling for checks and people aren't responding. It's fine. I get it. Sometimes you have to get up, you have to take a piss, you have to get a drink. So I think starting with the next combat, we're just going to have a 6-second rule. When it's your turn, when I call for a save, You have 6 seconds to start doing something meaningful towards that, or I'm just going to skip you, or in the sense of a saving throw, you're just going to fail it. We have 10 to 14 people on at a time. We cannot just have people sitting around waiting constantly for this, or just everything drags to a halt. So we're just going to have to start putting time limits on it to where we just move on, and it's going to be around 6 seconds.
Yeah. It's not anything to do with trying to be mean to anybody. It has only to do with the fact that there's a ton of people, and we can't get away with the things we could get away with if the party was half as big.
Yeah, if we had 4 to 6 people, I wouldn't care so much about this. But with this many people, it'll just keep dragging on and on and on, with people constantly needing 30 seconds to a minute to start their turn, essentially. And that's when a combat takes an hour. When it should
We have had a single round that lasted about a half hour.
Exactly. I'd like to avoid that in the future, so we're going to start having, combat is supposed to be relatively stressful, quick. There are things going on all over the place. You need to make a decision right now. So the 6 seconds is to allow for, and this isn't, you have to finish your turn in 6 seconds. This is things like, if you have a question to ask, you start asking it, that's fine. It's more, if everyone, if you're just in there, 6 seconds pass, if you're doing that, you're taking the dodge action, we're moving on. You have to do something substantive or ask a substantive question at that point.
What I do is, if I'm on the computer, I'll just pull up Discord on my phone, switch to my phone, and then go wherever I need to go on my phone. So at least I can respond, even if it's somewhere else in the house. And then, when I get back to my computer.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And I just want to stress, this is not intended to be punitive. This is solely because we have so many people in the party. We have to keep it moving. It's not intended to be a punitive measure. It's just a time management thing.
Am I taking too long to reply? Because I didn't think it was that long.
Just that one time. Just that one time that it would have been an issue.
I do it constantly.
Yeah, mister, you tend to do it constantly. And I get it. Some people are busier than others. It's, as I said, it's nothing personal. It's not punitive. It's simply we need to start moving on. So
I understand. I accept. That's cool.
I just feel like I'm being yelled at.
No, you're not.
No.
Nope.
I'm in
You're
trouble.
not being yelled at. You're not in trouble.
No one's in trouble. This is just a thing of, with a party this large, one person or two losing their turns in a whole round is not a big deal. So we're just
Speaking of getting in trouble, me and Gilbert are about to.
Yes, you are. So let's switch back to them. So they were flying away while you guys were doing this. They're now rushing to loot the body over your friends' unconscious bodies.
Oh,
So you guys are
6 seconds, so people are making death saves.
So you guys are
healing word.
right. So
Did we
Gilbert,
kill them?
you killed him. You guys are out of initiative. We're switching context to the 2 guys that were flying over the city towards where the lighthouse fell. So Gilbert and I believe who else was with you?
Ball.
Oh, okay, yep. So yeah, you guys are flying to the city. Pretty quiet.
Yep. I've got 40 feet of rope tied around my waist, well, very securely around me. And then the other end is tied to the dragon's body. And I'm going to go sploosh.
Yeah, that's pretty much the plan.
Okay.
I'll have effectively info dumped him on what this object probably is.
Yeah, he filled me in while we were out of combat talking. So I'm somewhat idea of what's going on. So.
All right.
I want to
gonna
go
for the
with.
green ball.
I'm going with meta to loot the body, I guess.
That's fine. Well, let's just keep it focused on these 2 guys for now. You guys had your combat. They need to do. Let's let them do their thing.
Yeah, they gotta get their turn.
All right. So party is split. So you're jumping into the water to go grab the green orb.
Yep.
Where is the dragon and Gilbert at this time?
Probably
dragon-
over me.
Yeah, they'll be we're holding position over the green glow. Well, he kind of. He's basically a diving bell, and we're
I'm pencil diving under dark. I'm going straight forward.
All right, so you pencil dive straight down.
Yep.
You sink. You touch ground, and it's a sort of like a sandy beach, and you can see there's some rubble around you. Not all of it's stone. There's some metal, some wood, and you see this green orb about the size of a bowling ball, glowing bright green in front of you, like half buried in the sand.
I pick it up.
Okay. As you do, you can see in the gloom of the water a hand reaching out for you, a gauntleted hand.
From the orb or nearby?
From like the sand, like reaching up out of the sand suddenly. It was buried when the thing collapsed.
Fucking drowners.
This is a
double tug the
grapple.
rope.
This is a grapple first.
Well, as a reaction, I'm double tugging the rope. So
absolutely.
It's athletics.
Yep. Or acrobatics. You can use acrobatics to dodge.
That gives me a whole +1. Hey!
All right. You manage to avoid its grasp and double tug on the rope. And at this point, we're going to need initiatives. From the dragon and Gilbert
Everybody?
as well. Nope.
Double tug
Dragon,
means the dragon is
Gilbert, and Ball. And these guys.
Since I'm mounting the dragon, wouldn't the dragon just be going on my initiative?
Yes.
Oof.
Since we're starting a new initiative roll, should I start?
It's just those three.
You're not here.
Should I start?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I have a question. Quit, everybody. Look, I am dead right now, or unconscious. Should I make death saves since nobody's
You
attending?
guys
Not
are
yet.
pause.
Okay,
You
so
guys are pause.
Puriel and this is happening simultaneously with your previous combat. I'm handling him sequentially because there's only one of me. So,
It's a lot easier.
Never mind.
so
That's
you're not
understand.
actually unconscious yet.
Yep. You guys are. He hit pause on the DVR, and we
We're
rewound.
frozen in time at the moment.
Just like Gilbert and Ball were frozen in time while we were.
I
doing
already caught it when he said he ran him. They ran consecutive, and he had to break them up. I already
Well, Gilbert, you know what a double tug on the rope means.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you do.
It means ice breath on the top of the water. Let him suffer down there.
Whoa, what the fuck, man?
Seal the evil.
that's
Seal the evil in.
quadruple tug. That's quadruple tug.
Hey, you double tug twice.
Nope,
All
I only
right.
did it once.
So, gonna dash action straight up with that dragon.
Okay. Did you tie the rope around yourself, Ball?
Yes, the rope is
Okay.
tied around me and the dragon.
I thought so. I was just double checking. That's all. So
No, I just have to hang on to it with one hand.
you might have been. It would have required a strength check to not have the rope go away. Anyway, so yeah, how far does that move?
That would be. Damn it! I have the.
Isn't it 60?
I think it's base 60, so 120.
Okay. So at the end of that, Ball, you are dangling by this rope,
Absolutely.
like 100 feet above the water.
Yep.
Orb in your hands.
Yep. I'm football carrying it. It's tucked in tight.
All right. What do you guys want to do? So is there anything else that you're doing, Gilbert?
I'm gonna ask him what he wants to do with it now.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Something touched me.
Let's get out of here, Scoob.
We'll have
I mean-
discussed this. I'm gonna PM you, Gilbert.
All right.
All right. So you guys are just gonna fly back then?
No.
Not yet.
So what are you doing?
Let's say we fly up and north.
Along the coast.
As a, yep.
Away from the party. Okay.
Yeah. I said it. That's what I'm going with.
I mean, it's sort of a bay, so after, about 300, 500 feet, you're going to be over land again. You're basically heading towards the mountains north of the city.
I am PMing you to Underdark. Are we out of initiative? I'm assuming that.
Yeah, at that point you're out of initiative. They don't have an ability to follow you like that.
That's what the rope was for.
And then a death knight on a death dragon flies out of the sea. Oh shit.
Roll for random encounter.
Okay, so yeah, you guys are flying north. Let's go back to the party. So you guys step over your unconscious fellows and race to this jackal-headed guy.
I'm using Healing Word on Amon as I step over because I can't use a bonus action for another dash.
There you go.
Can I use a healer's kit on Mister to pick him up?
Sure, you can do that while the others are looting the jackal guy. So who went to go loot the jackal guy?
I did. I dashed.
I'm dashing.
All right.
Nala, why do you always have to be that?
'Cause I'm the bard. It's what I do.
So
should
yeah,
It's
so you
just
walk
gonna
over and
pause
you can
real
see this humanoid with this like fuzzy jackal-like head on him.
I just want to point out, if it's a foot race and there's a rogue, I would win. The only thing that would beat me,
Yeah.
I think, would be a monk rogue.
Yeah, but you're not there right now, so.
Yeah, I got 90 feet of movement with dash and double dash. But anyway, Underdark, I'm gonna PM you about what me and Gilbert are doing.
Sure. So yeah, so you're you're looking at this humanoid. And he's got like this now that you're looking at it, you can tell the clothes he was wearing were simple, like trousers and a tunic, but they were like really nice, like made of silk.
I'm taking him.
Do we have to roll checks?
To what? To take the pants off the a dead guy? Not so much. No.
To search a dead guy's pockets, you need to roll perception and insight.
Can we all do that? Oh no.
So
Well, you're not there looting him right now.
all right. So now he's like working his pants off. What are you doing, Bill Mop?
I'm checking all of his pockets and checking necklaces, pockets,
Okay.
wrist bracelets.
He didn't
anything
appear to
that-
have any jewelry on. No rings, no necklaces. And when you go through his pockets, you don't really find much of what you would expect. There's no coin purse. The only thing you find is in his left pocket a vibrant purple prism. About 1.5 inches long and about 3/4 of an inch across a flat to a point. It's like an equilateral triangle prism.
It's an equilateral, and it's vibrant and purple.
It is a vibrant purple prism, and you
Damn
can tell
Illuminati.
that it is magical.
Okay. I don't find anything else.
There is nothing else on his person, aside from some
Okay.
nice clothes.
I will tell Nala, hey, go ahead and take that guy's pants off. I'm going to do something. And I will sit down and I will start casting Identify as a ritual.
Counterspell.
No.
Please do. Please do.
You don't even have another third level. Look.
It would be my last one. I'll wait
Oh,
until
fuck.
10.5 minutes in.
And then you counter it. Okay, sure.
Wait
You
till-
counter
wait
it.
till-
So does Counterspell have verbal components?
Only
Yes.
somatic.
Oh, no, that one only has somatic, yes.
All right, so Bill, you're doing this ritual and you're fully engrossed in it, and you see some other people moving around, waving hands and stuff like that. You finish your Identify spell, and there's nothing. Like the spell didn't go off.
What the fuck? And I look up
What's
and I'm
up?
like, what the fuck?
What's up?
His hands are like in like the finishing pose for Counterspell.
You fucker! Is anyone else around? Or is it just us two at the body?
The other ones are tending to your wounded brethren.
Oh yeah, Blue is there.
Yes.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Belmop. What happened?
Dude, Counterspell is like one of my subclasses, like major spells. Like, of course I know what it is. Okay,
What's
back
a
in character.
subclass?
Back in character. You fucker.
What? What
You
I do?
motherfucker.
I'm just watching them.
Have you gotten those fucking pants off yet?
Yeah, he did that.
I got busy with something else.
I mean, I'm a bard. I'm basically an expert at getting people's pants off, and usually into
He
them.
lives in other people's pants, so
TMI.
Okay. Go
actually
go
she.
go fucking take someone else's pants off. Just leave me
Ew.
alone for like 10 minutes, please.
I take Bill Mop's pants off.
Are you really
Oh,
gonna try
damn,
to do
things are
that?
getting saucy
I
over
was,
there.
I was told to take somebody's pants off.
I said someone
Mop.
else's pants off.
Other than the
Bella-
dead guy. You did not
Bella has
specify
been-
someone other than you or the dead guy.
Yeah, he has a point.
And I finished my sentence with "and leave me alone." But
Yeah, so
okay,
I'm
if
gonna-
you want to make a grapple check, we can do that.
So I'm gonna take your pants off and leave you alone after that.
Are you actually making a grapple check?
It's a Yante
Yes.
versus Gnome.
I'm gonna cutting words your ability roll to take one off.
Ooh. Oh. Ah, the shenanigans.
Could I use lucky even though he's already rolled and I know what his roll is?
Well, why don't you roll?
And the answer is yes.
I just wanted to ask that before I rolled, because then it,
It's fine.
Pretty much anything but build an airplane is golden for this party out of combat. Build a trebuchet. Check. I don't think you need to lucky that.
Yeah, I don't think he grabbed you or your pants.
Okay. Nala, stop.
Well, you said to take pants off.
Go take.
Don't you dare!
Go take Amon's pants.
Okay. And Nala runs back to the party.
Okay, I will start casting Identify again.
Okay.
As
Counterspell.
original.
I don't have one left. Amon. Amon.
Yep.
Bill Mop onto your pants.
God damn it.
Wait, what?
I don't remember. I don't remember whether he said he wants your pants or he wants to be in your pants, but he mentioned you and pants.
I'm gonna fucking kill you
So
all.
Bilma is there with no pants.
No, Bill Mop has his pants
No,
on.
I have,
Bad.
no, I have pants.
He successfully defended his pants.
God damn.
Defending it from a bard is impressive.
So right now, the dudes that we defeated, his pants are off too.
Yes.
Or
That guy's in his underwear.
Pants. He has been.
I'm holding that guy's clothes down to his underwear.
so
I
all
thought
of
you
his
said
He
clothes.
wasn't wearing it.
No.
I
Alright,
tried,
so that guy's butt naked since he
I
didn't
tried
have
to
underwear.
talk.
Pretty much.
I tried to talk
So
on my phone app Discord, and every time I tried to talk and every time you guys talked, Google tried to fucking listen in and Google what was being said.
It's the FBI guy.
So we've pretty much put you on a watch list at this point.
Especially with that last conversation.
Oh, God, yeah.
So yeah. So if
So-
look, if Bill Mop wants my pants, you can tell him he can come over here.
I run back to Bill Mop.
I'm in the middle of casting a spell.
Bill
It's,
Mop.
it's mom and dad in a big house. They're divorced,
No.
but they live together, and the kids running back and forth to the table.
hey, mom
Bill
wants
Mop.
pants. Or
Bill
dad
Mop.
wants.
Amon wants you.
I can't hear anything you're saying. I'm in the middle of casting a spell. I'm entirely focused on casting the spell.
I
You
shake Bill Mop
casting-
until he responds.
Oh God, no!
All right.
So,
Bill Mop,
Bill
you
Mop's-
need to make a concentration check.
God fucking damn it!
6 wisdom.
Well, you should really hope that this doesn't like explode in his face, right?
I'm just trying to cast Identify.
What you should be doing is blindly attuning to it. It's always worked out in the past.
So how edible does that corpse look?
Pretty edible. Appears to be made of meat.
Did you say edible?
I keep shaking
Yes.
Bill up.
So are you casting identify on the body
I'm
or
look-
on the
An
face?
object that he found on the body is a purple pyramid shaped, from what I gathered, and I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, that's
Corpse has been
ominous.
stripped down already,
Here.
right?
I
That's-
found
Start getting it ready for stew.
I am carrying all this guy's clothes, so yeah, he's stripped down.
Yeah, have you
okay.
looked what's inside the clothes?
I'm still shaking Bill up.
I found a picture of Bill Mop in Nala's hands.
All right.
So-
Well, Belmont, you're going to need to make more concentration checks because he keeps shaking you.
So can I?
I keep yelling, "Mom!"
Yeah, I know what it looks like. But can I cast an instant spell while I'm concentrating on this one, or I
No.
cannot do anything else?
You cannot do anything else if you're doing it as a ritual. You can just can just cast the spell identify.
I don't have it prepared.
It's still a
Then you
minute long
can't.
spell.
But no, while you are doing a ritual, you cannot take other actions.
Bill up. Bill up. Bill up.
How long are you gonna keep tugging at me?
He has you picked up in between his hands, shaking you right now.
I'm on the
Yeah.
ground. I have
I
to be
am-
on the ground drawing arcane runes in a circle with my spellbook out.
Well, he
So-
picks you up.
So does he lift you up and and like you're drawing? He's just drawing runes in with a stick in the dirt, and he just gets lifted and he keeps drawing in the air.
Well, if I get lifted, my concentration, like, doesn't the spell like?
well, that would be a
end?
grapple. That hasn't happened yet. He's just
Oh.
sort of shaking you.
I'm gonna pick Bill up and start shaking him.
Okay, do
If
I
I
even
can
know
see
how
from
to
here, how fucked up are the runes he's drawing?
So far, they look accurate.
Little did you
Wow.
know, Cthulhu will be summoned at the end of the ritual.
I'm just gonna drag the corpse over the runes and just try and mess them up.
Oh my god.
I'm just sitting back and watching this. This is quite entertaining.
Just drag the corpse right
Even though I
across. all
kind of
the-
want to take those clothes from Nala.
Okay, you drag the jackal corpse across from this. Bilma, why don't you make your anti-grapple check?
Do I make an acrobatics check?
Yeah, you can make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
It's defensive in nature. It's not an action.
Oof.
Okay, he grabs you, picks you up, and starts shaking you around, breaking your concentration on the ritual. At the same time, Amon is dragging this, what you now know to be an Arcanoloth, across your ritual circle. So you learn that it's an Arcanoloth instead of anything about the prism he was carrying.
Do I learn any of the characteristics or just the name?
You just learn the name because your ritual
Okay,
was
well-
not complete.
Okay, could you type that name into chat, please?
I'm gonna look up at Build Mob and say, "What did you need, Build Mob? You can't have my pants."
Okay, cool.
Arcanoloth?
And then I will cast Thunder Wave.
On.
Both of you, or anyone within 15 feet of me, needs to make a Constitution saving.
Wait, we're seeing him cast this. Can I run? Can I book it?
Sure.
I want to book it.
Con save?
Con save.
You're within 10 feet of me.
18.
I want to book it 30 feet.
You're within 10 feet of me, Nala.
So that's 23.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He already saved. Okay. So a loud, thunderous boom comes out from around me. And you guys take... You take 3 thunder damage, each of you. None of you are pushed away from me, but you take 3 thunder damage, and then you hear me say, at the top of my lungs, "Go the fuck away!"
Amon wanted you.
Amon is really confused right now. Because. So Amon's pretty pissed off. he was pretty sure you wanted his pants, so he came over here to tell you you couldn't have his pants, and in return for that unreasonable request, you yelled at him to fuck off. So
Well,
you've really hurt Amon. He
I'm
looks
picked up.
visibly hurt.
I am picked up by Nala. I cast this, and I'm looking dead in Nala's eyes. I don't even acknowledge your presence.
Bill Mop, did you not get enough hugs as a child? Were you a child? Or no, it's just
Have you put me down yet?
no.
Okay. Then you will see me cast another spell. Do you want to counter spell?
I don't have a spell slot to counterspell with.
Great. Okay. You're gonna take. You take 11 force damage as 3 little motes of missiles come out of my hand and right into you.
Ooh.
And then I'm gonna yell again. Go the fuck away from me. I am trying to cast a spell.
Everyone knows he's a gnome, that's all I can think of.
Oh god, it's funny.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
I heard something squeak.
I'm just gonna drop Bill Mop and start healing myself because I'm at 3 health.
Bill Mop, you probably land on a corpse, which just got hit with like a thunder wave too.
Yeah,
How's that corpse looking after it got hit with a thunder wave?
A little more tender.
It took 7 thunder damage, so.
Tender is good.
It didn't
I like
blow
tender.
up or anything. Didn't get
That's
pulped.
good.
Crispy.
So I'm gonna
That's the
make whatever this is for dinner, and I hold it up a little bit, and I'm gonna drag it over towards the cauldron. Just
Yeah,
throw it
as
in
you're
the
carrying it over, you're pretty sure that that thunderwave broke most of the bones inside of it.
Well, we're going in the stew.
So I'm just gonna get up
Throw the better one.
immediately as I'm put down, and just grab my shit, including the prism that I'm trying to identify, and just start walking away. Literally away from the trebuchet, not towards the city, just away, but also diagonally away from the trebuchet as.
Okay.
Lieutenant, I got a bad idea.
What's your bad idea?
We should launch a ball in that general direction in like 5 minutes.
What's your passive perception?
9.
No, like lieutenant.
17, I would believe.
Would he have seen me walking away?
Yeah. There's really
Okay.
nothing to hide in. It's a kind of a muddy, sloping field.
Okay.
Damn it, Ruffles.
I like the second one better. It really emulates the angry.
Oh god, yeah. That's perfect.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay. So while he's, attempting to do his ritual, Ruffles and Gilbert, what are you guys doing?
We're flying away from the party.
Yeah, let's say an hour up along the coast.
Yeah, it should be good.
Okay.
I'm assuming he would have pulled me up and was riding normally. Just dangling
sure,
off the side of the
unless you-
helicopter for an
yeah.
hour. Just dangling off the side of the helicopter for an hour.
I mean, unless you object, yes, I would pull you up so at least the dragon's holding on to you or something.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you can yank him up onto the saddle.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll find a secluded clearing somewhere.
Yeah, you can find one pretty easily. There's lots of them.
All right, we'll drop down there. We're gonna check out this glowy green orb.
Okay. It's about a foot in diameter. It's smooth. The inside seems to contain this luminiferous fog that's green in color and emits a green light all around you.
Does it seem to move
It
around?
is obviously magical.
Does it seem to move around inside?
Yes. It is.
Does
It
it
is
look
acting
what I
like
found?
smoke.
Yeah. So this would match the description of the silver sphere that I found. Just green.
Yeah, it's like a green one of the ones you found earlier. It looks the same otherwise.
And yeah, on the flight over to the lighthouse, he was explaining what it was to me. So we were talking in PM about it.
Okay.
So I'll look at I'll look at myself, Ball. I'll look at Gilbert and say, so what did you do?
You just sit there and you tune to it like a normal magical item for about an hour, and then you get some choices.
Huh. All right, we'll do that.
Do it.
Okay.
I'm super gentle, out of character. That's a poison dragon, right? Green dragon.
Oh yeah.
Acid. Green
Poison.
acid.
Acid is black, green is poison.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, then poison. That's a great for an assassin rogue.
Do it.
I'll say. All right.
The
So
snake power is jealous.
the hour goes by, and the orb disappears as it melds itself to you. I would like you to roll 3d100.
Oh fuck. Here we go.
I'm jumping with excitement.
Okay, a 21, a 4, and a 32.
Those don't look good.
That might be great, or it might be pretty fucking oof.
This is on par with what I look like. The second one more like right now.
I'm thinking Ruffles' picture.
Wait
Oh,
for
yeah.
it.
Uh-oh.
I disagree.
I thought you were gonna post a new one.
No, I couldn't find any more angry. Piglet's. What is Piglet?
Yeah, just give me a second to
OCD
type
depression?
out what happens, so just give me a second.
Yeah, we'll just mess around with the angry Piglet pictures.
Yep.
But all of the characters in Winnie the Pooh are a different type of mental disorder, and I forget exactly what Piglet's is, but it's a very low anger. So
They're all
just
different
like
types of
OCD.
mental disorder.
Look it up.
Fuck. That's
Christopher
like
Robin's is schizophrenia. The voices in his head. All the stuffed animals talking to him. And then Tigger is ADD. Eeyore is depression. Rabbit. Yeah, Rabbit is the OCD.
that makes sense.
I
Eeyore's
think Piglet's
depression.
Eeyore's depression. I think Piglet's antisocial. Then Owl. There's a whole list of them, like online, of what they all represent, and they all pretty much fall to a T.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. No, my favorite's Christopher Robin and schizophrenia.
Tigger, T-I-double-G-R. T-I-double-G-R.
Well, then somebody argued that Rue was multi-personality disorder, and then, or no, Kanga is multi-personality, and then Rue doesn't exist.
Eh,
The kangaroo.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys don't watch a lot of Winnie the Pooh, do you?
Oh no, I grew up on Winnie the Pooh. My mother
Not
loved
recently.
It's been a long time since I've seen that.
Like,
a
yeah,
long.
Very long.
Yeah, like my mother and two older sisters loved Eeyore. My little sister loved Piglet, and I loved Tigger.
Is this really where this conversation has gone? Because I'm gonna have to ask some questions about where I've gone with my life if this is where this conversation.
What is wrong with Winnie the
well,
Pooh? What's wrong with you?
We're waiting for Under to type out something.
I thought
And
Piglet was
I'm
supposed
waiting.
to be anxiety.
Tigger's
waiting
in
for-
my neighborhood.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
So Nala comes over and tells you to launch a thing in that general direction, and then you see me walking over there.
That's a bad idea.
Well, yeah, I prefaced the situation with that, but it'll be hilarious. Do it in like 5 minutes.
I think there was enough hilarity with Gilbert.
Hmm,
Wait, what about
mean,
Gilbert?
Something hilarity? That's all I heard.
I say I think there was enough hilarity with Gilbert.
Oh.
I mean, there
Okay.
could always be more.
Okay. So I sent what happens to Ruffles.
I was really worried because I thought it was just the first one. I'm like, well, that's okay.
Yeah, you just got fucked.
I was like, well, that sucks. Well, they're gonna notice the second one. The first
Probably.
one really doesn't matter because that's pretty much norm.
Yeah, not everything is
Except
really
for saving.
great or really terrible. Some of it is, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, the
I don't
forest-
mind.
So how do you feel?
Well, you would notice my eyes change right away. I now have green serpentine eyes. Goodbye, my pretty oranges.
Oh, that's sick.
Come on, you're gonna love me. And then the negative doesn't really matter, and I gain adult green breath weapon.
Fuck yeah.
Fun times.
Nice.
And all we had to do was bulldoze some poor bastard's house.
The negative, if you guys are curious, is I have disadvantage on attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks while submerged underwater. So ability checks is gonna suck for like swimming, but is that if I'm on the surface, does that count?
You are not submerged.
Okay, so while I'm underwater, okay, so it's normal submerged then almost, other than ability check or saving throws.
I think that trade-off is worth it.
Yeah, it's I don't think it's.
I
too
mean,
much.
they were kind of low, but they were honestly not terrible. There were a lot worse things on this list you could have gotten.
I'll live with it.
Exciting.
I'll stick with the green eyes and the So do I feel the breath?
Yeah. Yeah,
Let me,
you innately know how to use it. Like, it just
Alright,
embeds
what's
itself
the-
in you.
What's the damage on that? Is there any nearby tree I can smoke into?
Let's see. You would exhale poisonous gas in a 60-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a DC 18 con save, taking 16 d6 poison damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one.
Wow!
Alright, I'm make the saves for the tree.
The trees just fail. It's poison. It's gonna fucking tear up this cone space area of just death.
Alright, we'll hop back up on the dragon and head back to the party then.
So, Blue, for reference,
The dragon refuses to let you on.
Uh-oh.
that's what the dragon looks like.
The platinum dragon wormling refuses to let someone with a green dragon soul bound to them on.
That makes sense.
Well, can I ride with the rope?
Dope on a rope.
I mean, yeah, you can certainly tie yourself to a rope and have the dragon carry you that way.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a swing out of it though, so I can sit upright.
Okay.
Rogan.
I'm
just
told
waiting for the dragon.
to allow it.
I'm just waiting for the dragon to fly low and hit every tree it can.
I kind of got a feeling that's gonna happen, but
So what
gonna go
altitude
out
do
of
you
its way
fly
to hit
at,
more trees.
Gilbert, as you guys are flying back? And what path do you want to take back? You just want to fly straight towards the party, back down the coast, and then over the city again? What?
didn't you make mention of talking to Gilbert? Didn't you make mention of when you were at the Mile High, you could see an island? If we went straight back to the party,
Yeah.
would we go over that island and be able to get a better glimpse at those ruins there?
Well, there's the bastion of the pyre. That's off the west coast of the city.
That's like
If we fly up high
20,
enough,
30 miles away, though.
Yeah, but when you're a mile up, you can see about that far. So he would have been barely able to see that.
yeah, let's fly up to about.
Yeah, we
let's
flew
call
for
it-
an hour along the coast, so we're quite a hike from you guys.
Yeah. Let's call it 2 miles up in the air. flying the route we came from the lighthouse and then fly back over the city to the party.
Okay.
I was saying if we went straight back, because we went up and around the coast, we'd go over that island. We'd be able to look straight down at it instead of at an angle from far away.
So, I have to ask, how far, like, slung below the dragon are you?
About probably 10-15 feet. I'm pretty well tied up. I don't know how well tied up the dragon is.
Okay.
I mean, I'd assume the rope is tied to the saddle.
It would be tied to like the same leather straps and around the dragon, kind of like the straps that hold the saddle on. Okay. So yeah, you guys are flying 2 miles up along the coast.
Why are we flying at 2 miles, Gilbert?
I don't know. It's nicer of this far up.
Either
Look at the
way will
view.
result in the death.
Beautiful.
You say that, but there's curiously no response from Ball.
Look over the side.
The swing is gone and the ropes are frayed like the dragon cut it with its claws.
God damn it.
Oh, you're falling through the air.
Yep, I noticed.
How far away is he?
You don't see him.
I just slowed myself with my cloak.
That wasn't very Paragon of you, Platinum Dragon.
Paragon Dragon went renegade. God damn it.
To take out an evil dragon? That seems totally in line with what it would do.
Oh, yeah.
So is he now attacking his own dragon?
No.
No.
He just cut the evil dragon loose, that's all. It can fly. It's not murder.
That's true.
Wait. So it's not murder to kill a dude with an evil dragon soul inside of him, but it's murder to maybe kill werewolves in self-defense?
You mean when the werewolves are acting in self-defense? Yeah, it's murder. You attacked first, if you recall.
Yeah, but Gilbert doesn't know that.
Actually, it was
That's true.
the person
Whatever.
through the air at the moment who attacked first.
But the dragon doesn't know that.
Now, if I remember, there is a terminal velocity, there is a maximum from fall damage.
20d6.
There you go.
From 200 feet.
He's 2 miles up.
Oh, shit. Well,
Yeah,
I'd like to be...
Anything
try to
beyond
find him.
200 feet is lethal, equally lethal.
Well, pretty much you just hit terminal velocity, you only take so much damage. It just takes longer to hit the ground.
Well,
So,
Not the fall, it's the sudden stop.
it is the sudden stop when you hit the beach, like 10 minutes after you guys take off. 72 bludgeoning damage. I'm pretty sure that puts you unconscious. What is your maximum HP, Ruffles?
28.
Oof.
Yep, down and dead.
God damn.
Wah.
God damn it, bro god. Okay, we're searching the coast now.
Okay. So you're flying along the coast. And it takes you about a half hour or so, and you eventually see this big divot with Ball just face down in it in the sand. It looks like he hit hard.
How good is the blood splatter? What kind of radius are we talking?
There isn't curiously much blood. The sand seems to have soaked up most of it. And as you're wondering that, you see his waves sort of crash over and go back out. And his wet, sodden corpse is still there.
Well, shit.
So, going back to the party. So, Bill Mop, you finished doing your identify ritual.
Finally.
And I'm upset by Lieutenant.
So you learn that this is an Ioun stone. that you can use an action, once you've attuned to it, to toss the stone into the air, and it will orbit your head 1d3 feet from it and confer a benefit to you. There are some other actions people can take to interact with it. What's important is that this is the reserve stone. Any creature can cast a spell of 1st through 3rd level into the stone by touching it as the spell is cast. That spell takes no effect other than to be stored into the stone. If the stone can't hold the spell is expended without effect. The level of the slot used to cast the spell determines how much space it uses. While the stone orbits your head, you can cast any spell stored in it. The spell uses the slot level save DC and spell attack bonus and ability of the original caster, but is otherwise treated as if you cast the spell. It can contain up to 3 levels worth of spells at a time, and the identify spell tells you there are 2 levels worth of spells currently stored in it.
Do I know what spell?
Yeah. It is a 1st level magic missile and a 1st level shield.
Oh. Useful. So it takes an action to throw it into the air and have it orbit.
Yes.
Okay.
It is
Cool.
just the reserve Ioun Stone out of the DMG, if you have a copy of that.
Yep, I have a copy of the DMG. It's page 186 or 176.
77, yes.
77. Okay. Cool. I will write that down in my inventory.
It does require attunement, so keep that in mind. So, what else are you guys doing?
I mean, I'm mostly wasting my time, but I'm making stew.
Okay.
So
Did we ever get that
has
book?
I don't think we found it on him.
There was no book on him.
I mean, there is
has
the
Nala searched through his
rubble
pants?
castle.
I have not taken the effort of searching through this guy's pants.
Well, he saw Bill Mop search the pants as he was taking them off, so he knows that the stone came from the pants.
Nice Photoshop.
What?
What Photoshop?
So yeah.
Well, that's going in the collection.
Can we pin that?
Pinya!
So, Gilbert, how are you handling this dead body that you're alone with?
I'm gonna perform ceremony on it.
Okay, who are you marrying him to?
The ground. Wait, that already happened.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
a union.
Yeah, at this point, any children they have might be bastards. That's some penetration. Let's go with ceremony. Keep him from rotting for 7 days.
That is
Oh,
gentle
it must become undead.
repose. The ceremony spell will prevent him from becoming undead for 7 days.
Yeah, that's the one I meant. That
Pretty
one.
worth.
Okay. You perform the funeral rites on him, and for the next 7 days, he cannot become undead by any means, short of a wish spell.
Well, I'm gonna pick up his body and hoist it over the saddle.
Okay. Your dragon is sort of sitting there like smugly, like it did a good thing. It's preening almost.
I gotta admit that was That was pretty clever. Shit. We're gonna have to have a talk about that. I'm talking my dragon at this point. And then I mount the dragon and fly back on the same route.
Okay.
You didn't even perform ceremony. You're already mounting.
God damn. I mean, I would have performed a ceremony at that point before I put him out over the dragon.
Wait,
Yeah, you did.
All right. Back to the lighthouse and then back to the party.
So as you
Paul, was
guys
it worth
are
it?
making soup and all that, it's a couple hours later, and you see Gilbert coming on his dragon. And Ball's corpse is just laid out across the back of the saddle. No green orb in sight.
Amon notices and says, "Man, I really wish he wasn't dead."
Yeah, we had a bit of a...
Did that thing explode
Falling
his
out?
face or
Slight
something? What the
accident.
hell happened to him?
We had a bit of a falling out.
He fell madly in love with the earth, and there was some...
Why has he got
dropped out of
sand
the
in his
equation?
mouth?
Why is his face flat?
Why is there sand in his nose and in his eyes and in his ears and in his
All his
hair?
bones look
In his
broken. What the hell
brain.
did you do to What?
You dropped him off the dragon, didn't you?
So, I mean, I've already got stew. You wanna? Actually,
no,
wait a
I'd
minute.
rather not.
Wait a minute. Stop. I feel like I remember, Ruffles, your character asked not to be put in stew.
Yep.
Okay. Amon
You don't want to eat
remembers that.
something, they're too tough.
Amon remembers.
Mon remembers everything.
So, may have
Is
found
there
a green
anything?
orb.
Is there anything actually hanging off of him to a point where it is no longer attached, or it is like hanging by skin or anything? Is he in such terrible shape? Okay, so we're not gonna have any issues. We can cheap res him.
You believe so.
Okay, and we're not gonna get any soup bones either, which is a shame, but it will save us some.
The only
Um,
problem
there,
is you guys still need to book for the party members in Habitat too.
So you tell us about the dragon soul?
Yeah. So he found a dragon soul orb. We went off to attune him to that. I probably should have seen this as being problematic, but my platinum dragon did not take kindly to a chromatic dragon soul, so there may have been
What? I'm sorry. What kind of
airborne
dragon soul was it?
chromatic.
But what was there?
blue dragon?
Was it
I
a
like blue. Blue's pretty.
red?
Green.
Amon is at this point considering eating him just to see if he'll get his soul.
I don't think that's how that works.
Amon does not know, nor does he think he's willing to
I
split
mean, if
hairs.
he's dead, wouldn't the power go back into the crystal inside his body? We could just tear him open and tear it.
There
He's
there's
already
nothing
dead.
inside the body. The soul's just
Amon is
fixing it.
Amon is gonna shake the body and listen for any rattling sound.
There's nothing but this wet squelching sound. Like if you've ever mixed together meatloaf before, it sounds kind of like that.
Take the heart out of it. That should help. Eat the heart.
I don't want to eat anything if it's not gonna help, but maybe we can juice the soul out of him. Maybe if we
Guys.
what?
It's not going to work. You cannot juice the soul out of him.
Now with that attitude.
Have you ever tried?
Yes, I have.
Insight check.
I want to see this. I want to see you juice the soul on something.
My insight's only a +1. So I
Haven't you
really.
seen the
Okay.
second Kingsman movie?
Let's see.
Well, Gilbert needs to make either deception or persuasion, depending on which one it is.
I don't think any
I-
of the weird shit I've done has actually counted as juicing a soul.
I don't believe you've juiced any souls, no. But you make a damn good argument that you have.
Okay, so you've juiced a soul and it didn't work. Okay, well, what did you do? Because I want to know what not to do. I mean, we'll take it step by step.
Shit. Well, first I took the body
Like this.
like that. Wait, what the fuck? Put Ball's corpse down. We're not juicing him.
You're not juicing him.
Oh, god damn it, man. Fine. What I did was I took the corpse and I compressed it with a lot of weights, kind of like what you'd use to suffocate someone to
You
death.
have a dragon, you can
doing that.
suffocate someone with
Why
a
can't we
dragon.
squeeze it like a juice,
So-
like a juicer?
Is that what
I
you're saying?
think-
And then
Maybe
eventually,
it's
after you
about-
apply enough force, the
Maybe if we
organs
use
come
the
out slowly.
trebuchet to fling him at the ground hard enough, his soul will pop.
Okay, so I guess
Did you
I
look
walk in on
around the
conversation.
beach for his soul?
Could
No,
I
I
make
can't
a
say look
check
around.
against
Wait,
the
hold on,
villain's
hold on.
thing about weights and such? That doesn't
I
really
heard-
sound right to me.
I heard that the soul is kept in the kidneys.
Kidney's pretty
I-
good.
Do I
So-
walk in on this conversation? Now
Are
that
they
I'm
having it
Wait
in
a
a private room? I
Wait
mean,
a
it's-
minute.
It's a big field. You watch the dragon land.
Does he need both of his kidneys?
Yes, he does.
Let's just take one, and then maybe
No.
it'll help.
Nope,
Or
we are
maybe it was
not,
the liver.
guys.
He's
We are
got two
not
hearts,
cutting
right?
up a team member. Put him down.
He's not a team member. He's dead. He's a corpse.
Except
It's
he
the
is
corpse
a team
of a
member.
team member.
No,
And
no, Amon's not gonna hurt him. Amon already talked to him and isn't gonna hurt him.
Well, it doesn't look like that right now.
Yeah, but
So we gonna bury him or
he's-
something then? Do a-
No, we're gonna
he
take
has a green dragon soul in him, and Amon knows about it. So Amon doesn't want to destroy him. He just wants to get the soul out.
Yeah, he
He's not-
wants snake breath.
Okay. Well, how about we go res him, and then you ask him politely, because currently it's his dragon soul.
He's dead.
I
that's
mean,
why we res him.
Yes, that's why we have gone through this multiple times.
So
I-
Yes, but if he
Withdrawal.
reses him,
Okay,
he won't
I'm
be.
gonna make this as
Take
clear
the
as I
gem
can.
out.
I'm gonna make this as clear as I can. He asked me not to eat him. I'm not gonna eat him, but he didn't ask me not to loot his corpse or eat his soul. He was not specific, and that's his fault. But you're right.
Don't do any of those things to me if I die. Don't do any
Yeah.
of those.
Do none of that to me except attempt to bring me back.
Amon is already trying to put him on the dragon, and the dragon probably doesn't like either.
Nope.
I mean,
yeah, I can't
you know,
imagine
the dragon's not like your biggest fan, but you're not a chromatic dragon.
Fair.
Yeah.
Amon's gonna ask the dragon. He's gonna like whisper at the dragon, "Hey, do you know how I can get the soul out of this? Do you know? Any tips?"
It just looks at you balefully. Like it's like the dragon is now giving you the stink eye.
yeah, sometimes you just get the munchies that only souls can satisfy.
So what's our plan? Are we gonna go see about that book, or are we gonna take this corpse back from?
Well, yeah, we have two options. I don't see any reason why we couldn't try to find the book. A real quick recon mission into the.
I mean, we decimated that building, so It might be. We killed the guy who had leads.
There still might be plenty of things in the rubble. Like, remember that time where Gilbert grabbed a sword out of the rubble and then it permanently took his life force away?
Shut the fuck up, Bill Mob.
We could find something like that.
All right, well, that's fine. Gilbert? Do you want to just fly this corpse back to town while we? I mean, we're not gonna be able to get in and out. It's gonna suck, but maybe you want to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What I was
The
thinking
real
is
problem is going to be getting him back here.
Well, what I was thinking is we use the dragon and we fly and then land within the courtyard of that house and then search through the rubble and then fly out without having to go through the entire city like an airdrop.
We could also use the trebuchet and then
It
cast
can fire gnome-sized objects.
all featherfall,
no, I'm
and
not
then
doing
all
that.
land.
I don't have Featherfall, thank you.
I have featherfall.
Okay, but I don't trust you to cast it at the correct time.
Also, there's the issue of the retrieval. You can't build the trebuchet back out.
He's got legs.
Yeah, we just
I'm
walk.
not-
We fly in and we walk out, or
Nope.
slowly fly out.
Couldn't we just build another trebuchet and shoot ourselves out?
Yeah, there's enough wood there. We can spend 2
Yeah.
minutes building.
Let's build a smaller trebuchet and then fire it out of the larger trebuchet into the city. And then we fire somebody in to reassemble the smaller trebuchet.
Oh
We
my
can
god.
fire stuff back out. This is a flawless plan, guys. Flawless.
10 out of 10 would plan it again.
Guys, I really like Gomop as a character, but like, holy shit, this party sometimes.
Yeah, it's a pretty zany group.
I
Yeah,
have
I like
no
Bill Mob
idea
too.
what it could possibly mean.
I mean, you know, Amon is mostly. He does really want that soul, and if there was a way he could get that soul, he would steal the hell out of that soul, even if, you know, even if that wasn't like a popular decision. But he was not. He's not going to kill his buddy or, you know, destroy his buddy's corpse over it.
Would he destroy his buddy's soul over it?
Yeah, he doesn't value those that much.
Well, see, the thing is,
Well, shit.
as far as I understand, it's not that he now has the soul, it's that the dragon soul has merged with his soul. So the only way to get it out would be to take his soul. And even then, it might not merge back with your soul correctly, because then you would have his soul and the dragon soul, and that I don't know religion that much, but I do know that it seems like they merged, not that he just took it
So
and you can
you're
take
saying
it
it
back
would
away.
get his powers too?
No,
Huh?
I'm
What
saying
kind of powers does he have?
he doesn't.
Sneak attack?
Thaumaturgy, detect thought.
No, let's move along.
Disguise self.
Those are your racial traits.
If
Yeah,
if
it's
y'all
part of my
happen
soul,
to come
won't it?
across the black dragon soul, I'll take that.
Well, yeah, every dragon soul we come across, we're gonna distribute it equally. But
No, I
like,
don't need any dragon souls. It's okay. I do if we find a way to turn me into a giant snake, I want that. And if we find a way for me to cast Dream, I want that.
well, I can, in the future.
Oh,
turn
there's
into
a Jungle
giant
Book throwback.
All right, guys,
No, I don't wanna
I'm, I'm cutting out. Look,
Yeah.
I'm a
All
sec-
right, have a good night.
See ya.
Have a good night.
No, I need a way to do it that's not reliant on other folks.
Well, I'm sorry.
An innate ability.
Holy crap, I drive a Bentley's online. I haven't seen that name in a while.
In the far future, I'll be able to turn you permanently into a giant snake. Then you wouldn't need me at all. 'Cause you'd permanently be one.
I mean, Amon's got stuff to do, and being a giant snake would be inconvenient. Otherwise, he'd take you up on that. lack of thumbs is a bitch when you're trying to like awaken a nightmare god. It's just
It makes it slightly more difficult to operate certain things, yeah.
yeah.
I could teach you how to be a bard.
So you want to be a bard?
I don't know, but I have got to make one of my characters based on this concept. I really do.
Is that an Aarakocra?
He's the chicken knight, obviously.
I like it. Do it.
Okay.
So, getting a little bit back on topic. So, you guys are still sitting on this hill with a trebuchet outside of Elcott.
Well, we only
maybe
have
we
one
should-
dragon, so either we take it in right now, or we do something with this corpse so our friend isn't dead forever.
I'm
how
thinking
about
of
we-
flying to get the corpse fixed.
Well, then we can't. Then we're just going to be sitting here waiting for
We
you to
could,
get
we
back.
could just sit and wait. Is there a reason we can't?
I mean, from a metagame perspective, there's two ways that sitting and waiting is going. Either Ruffles is sitting and waiting real time, or we sit and wait in game time.
Yeah. So my thought is,
sitting and waiting real time.
I have this guy to stew, and we were already out here for 2 weeks building a trebuchet, and we were fine. So maybe just wait on them and then get right back to it.
Hey, question. If when Ball was alive, the dragon wouldn't let him sit or be hung, if we go back
No,
and
the dragon would let him
resurrect
be hung. The dragon would be more than happy for that to happen.
No, like
Oh, yeah.
hung from the bottom with the.
Oh,
Okay.
I just think he'd prefer a different kind of hanging from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
wants
no,
Ball
I
to have a
understand.
slightly longer neck at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just tie him directly to the dragon, like to his tail or something. That way, the dragon can't reach to cut him away.
Or I could tie him directly to me. That way he can't throw him off the building without off the dragon without throwing me off too.
Oh, like back to back.
Yeah. This is now my buddy backpack. He's my buddy.
You're flying along, you feel the rope go limp.
You say chicken night, I raise you chicken with a frying pan.
Is that PUBG?
The chicken's playing PUBG.
Damn, their graphics have really degraded. Actually, no, never mind. That's improved.
I was gonna say, what PUBG have you played?
Okay, so you should
Thinking of Black Ops
figure
4.
out what you're gonna do, but you should get the fuck in the air, and I'm gonna make this stew.
All right.
I would go with you, but I'm kind of out of spells. We could just wait a night and everyone gets along.
It's all
Look,
good. I'll just go now.
okay.
How long does it take to fly back to Port Hamor?
6 days.
Yeah. Straight traveling.
Benefit of flight is you can just fly over the mountains. You don't have to climb them. So it's only going to take you 6 days.
Maybe get a scroll of resurrection, and just bring the corpse back. Can you do that?
No.
I can ask about it. Do you guys want to
Nope.
give me some money?
I mention this because that way the corpse doesn't he doesn't have to live through the trip back. You can just res him when you get back.
If that mean his curse is lifted?
We don't know.
The red mark is
No,
still
they
on his corpse.
Well, I'm metagaming here because I'm dead, but roll me near some live grass. See what happens.
Well, wait a minute. We can't bring him into town with that mark on it.
Oh,
Mhm.
shit.
It makes sure the mark doesn't work while I'm dead. So roll me near some live grass. see
Yeah,
if it
yeah, yeah,
dies.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll take him over to the grass.
Okay. You roll him onto the grass. He appears to have no
Yes.
effect on the grass.
Okay.
All right.
Dead kills the Reaper.
People are gonna be real mad as soon as he gets
He wakes up.
revived inside town.
Yeah, we can't.
You're gonna have to set up something outside of town. Have them come out of town to do it. Let them wait on.
Yeah, we will.
Wait, didn't we just confirm that dead cures it, at least temporarily?
He's still got the mark, so as soon as he wakes up, we don't know. He could just start doing it again. So he'll still be
Yeah.
in town when he wakes up. You don't want that. Figure
I
out a way for him to
mean-
not be in town when he wakes up.
Couldn't they just cast remove curse on him?
We tried that.
You tried that.
I'll tell you
No.
what. You do whatever you want to do. If you think that's a good idea, you go for it.
We cannot cast Remove Curse. We asked the cleric, the priest, or whatever the fuck, Lorenzo or whatever his name, and he said he could not remove it. And he knows how to remove curses.
It's not a standard curse, Gilbert, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
That's what we need the book for. It's a special curse.
How much?
We need the hags, and
How much does a scroll of Revivify cost?
you can't
I-
buy it.
I know the spell Revivify.
You can't buy a scroll of Revivify.
You can buy $300 worth of diamonds, though.
You cannot buy a scroll of second level or higher.
Okay.
It's not that you physically can't buy it, it's just that there are none for sale.
Okay.
That.
But we might know someone who can make a scroll of Revivify. And
I
then
can cast the spell.
Not to be the lawful good guy supporting crime, but if there was someone that had it, we could always acquire it.
I mean, if you know someone in town who can cast Revivify, ask them if they'll write you a scroll and how much it would cost, because you have a cursed person you can't bring into town that you would like to not be dead.
Well, Revivify isn't going to work anymore because it's been more than a minute.
Right.
So we would have to.
got the
well, the scroll is,
resurrection.
yeah, the scroll's gonna be
Raised dead.
super expensive. So
It has to be raised dead.
I think that's 5th level.
It is.
Yep. None of us even know 4th level spell.
or we could put him in the stew.
Once again,
Nope.
I'm not thinking that's a good idea. We should not do that.
I mean, I don't want to do it, but if you guys can't figure out a way that he's not going to be dead, then that's where he's going.
How about we sleep on it, wake up tomorrow, and then just spend one day tomorrow flying into the city, looking through the rubble, flying out, and if we find anything or we don't find anything, then we would have Gilbert fly back and have him just grab a spell scroll to raise dead, or have someone go outside of the city to cast it.
I don't have a better idea than that. Let's rest, do whatever we can in the town, and be done with it as quick as we can so we can go back to town and try and deal with this bullshit.
We have less than, well, we can't spend more than 3 days here.
That's why I'm thinking, why don't I just bring him back now? Will you guys search?
You can't bring
And then
him
get
back
back here.
now.
No, I'm saying I fly back to Portimar with him. You guys
Then
take
we
care of the
can't
stuff
search.
here. Yeah, you can.
No,
We'd
we
have
would-
to walk,
got-
we'd get
we would have
exhausted,
to
and
walk
it'd be miserable.
through an entire city. What I'm saying is, we airdrop into just the keep, search through the keep, and then fly back out, without having to go through an entire city of undead, because that didn't really work for
And
us
the
last time.
exhaustion.
Yeah,
it's going to take a couple trips, and even then, the dragon's going to have to be carrying several people flying through a zone of exhaustion.
No, we just need
Not going
we just
in
need
there.
a
You're
couple
going in
people
there.
in there to search. Not everyone needs to be there.
I'd like to point out how badly that can go.
Well, yes, splitting the party, but do you have a better way to get people into the city without having to fight through thousands of feet of just undead army coming out?
Not rushing it and carefully scouting away to the center of the city.
The
I
best
mean,
way
I
to
feel
get
like
into the
this is a
center of the
pretty
city
good
is
way
to
to
fly
end
in.
if we want to like sit on this.
That's fine. I'd like to get Ruffles rezzed as quickly as possible, though, so he can like get his XP and we can not worry about this.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He'll still
fly
get
him
XP
back.
for tonight's session. I mean, that's.
I know, but
Yeah.
so we can just like get it all calculated and have it out of the way.
Right. That's what I'm
so
saying.
he's
I fly him
alive
there,
when we start.
Fly back, and then we search the city.
We
That way
might have
everyone-
problems.
Okay.
We might have
Once we get to
problems
Port Hamor, I can take care of it. I'll ask the head priest to come outside to res him, and if he's killed by the Reaper's Mark, I will revivify him. Because we know Revivify works from the mark.
Okay, but I'm gonna point this out. Remember to move him outside of the zone.
Before
Oh.
you
Raise-
given.
raise-
He raises me from the dead, falls dead. Burger revivifies him, and he falls dead again.
Actually, it would be best if one of you moves the corpse away and the other casts Revivify. That way you don't waste time.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
minute, isn't it, for revivify?
It is
No.
a full minute, but that
I
can
think
go
I can
by
use my
pretty quick
own-
if we're not focused.
I can use my own 2 legs and get out of the way. I mean, I'll see the guy drop dead in front of me that raised me. I'll bail ass out of there because I'm well aware that trying to give people hugs doesn't fucking work.
Okay,
Damn it.
so continuing, I think you guys should go. You should go now.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah, if we
Goodbye.
do that now, we can be back, and the whole thing is done by 1 o'clock in the morning.
You guys are sitting there in front of your stew, and I take your bowls and tell you to fuck off. Hurry up, get the fuck out of here.
All right. I pick up Ball's corpse. I sling it over the saddle, and I climb up on it.
And Nala has to go with you, right? Is that the whole point?
Yes, go.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
right.
I'm coming on.
Get on up.
Okay.
I make sure to give the dragon a hug and say thank you.
I pour their stew back in the pot.
Okay. The dragon
I
completely
tied-
misinterprets the thank you to think that you were thanking it for killing the evil dragon, and it looks very pleased with itself.
You know, that's fine by
Yeah.
Malice standards. It's better than most of our plans have gone.
How are we gonna get Ball back from?
We'll figure it out.
We've got it. Gilbert's got a plan.
Okay.
Oh boy,
It's a brilliant plan.
this couldn't possibly go wrong.
Gilbert's plans never go wrong.
All right, so you
Never.
guys take off. Fly off to the midday sun. So what are the rest of you going to do for the 12 days for the round trip?
Well, we just spent 2 weeks building a trebuchet, so
Yeah, we could build another one. We can't use it, but it'd be good practice.
I'm totally
You can
gonna
still
do
use
spider
it.
silk for these 12 days.
Oh, yeah,
if
you can do
we're not gonna
spider
do
silk.
anything.
Let's build trenches and put up palisade walls.
oh my god. Well, Lieutenant
No.
would just build trench pretty easily.
Yeah, well, I'll drag over palisades so we can put them up at like, right along the trenches.
Nala is singing and flirting with people in Port Hamor via sending. For the entire 6 days there and 6 days back.
Okay.
And Gilbert's
You're like that.
singing
You're like that millennial on his cell phone the whole time.
Yeah. She has 20 charisma, 6 wisdom, and a spell that is guaranteed to work across the entire plane.
Yeah, and you were conversing with people exactly like yourself.
Yep.
The sendings are thick and furious. 6 days later, you guys arrive at Port Hamor.
And Nala just goes to immediately fuck whatever person he was talking to and forgets entirely about
Forget about what?
So what do you guys do? You guys are at Port
Oh,
Apple.
thanks to Sending, aka the Wizard's Tinder.
All right, so I'm thinking we leave Nala and Ball outside the city. I fly into the city, pick up the High Priest, fly outside the city. We resurrect and, if need be, revivify, and then I fly the priest back in, fly back out, and then we fly off.
And well, I'm not there, but you heard me say earlier.
Yes, my brilliant plan will come in action in a few minutes.
Yeah. So you fly in, you start talking to Lacio. He's more than amenable to walk outside the walls and raise someone there because a curse might hurt people inside. He totally gets it. He absolutely refuses to ride the dragon and walks the entire way.
Man, no one loves air travel anymore, do they?
I'll air travel.
I mean, look at the last passenger. Can you blame him?
Wait, do you mention how I died?
No, I don't mention the details. That's not necessary.
He died bravely in
From
combat.
massive blunt damage.
He died bravely in combat.
Dacio gets out to the body. Why is he so flat?
He fell off a high place.
All right, but yeah, he comes out there.
No, he wanted to. He wanted to.
And he turns to you, Goer, and asks, well, do you have the diamonds?
Nala, do you have the diamonds?
I have the diamonds for my magic, not for stronger magic.
I'll be back.
And with what money are you buying it?
Thankfully, I have some of my own funds, because nobody gave me money.
Take money from my coin purse. It's on my body.
You can't tell
I
him
take
that.
money from his coin purse.
Well, he can.
Okay, you rob the dead in front of the priest that you brought out to raise him.
We'll
I
do
mean,
I'm
that
not robbing
later.
him. He would have
It's
wanted
cool.
me to do this.
It's clearly to pay for his own resurrection, so
I'm
just
his
making
roommate,
a
it'll be
joke.
fine.
He's Lacio kind of raises an eyebrow but doesn't say anything. It's a bit odd that you're doing it in front of him, but he gets it.
It's like, oh shit, I forgot to pay.
Yeah, so you go and you buy 500 gold worth of diamonds.
Ouch.
Yeah, fortunately, for some reason out here in the boonies, they seem to stock lots of resurrection-sized diamonds.
Ain't that convenient?
Lucky.
Like it might be useful to have a bunch of those on hand.
You see, Port Hamor was founded by the dead.
All right. I guess I'll fly back and give him the resurrection diamond.
Okay.
Um,
He casts Raise Dead. Poof. Ruffle, Ball wakes up.
Does Lacio fall over?
As the grass around you begins to wither and die, no, Lacio does not just keel over.
Instead, he mutates into a horrid necrotic monstrosity.
so
Wrong campaign.
No, what you meant to say is right campaign.
I
No, we
was
don't need Eldritch Horrors here. We have enough horrors here.
The party
We
is the
are-
Elder Chores here.
I was expecting
They
us to
always
go much
are.
worse.
Alright, but besides the usual effects of coming back to death, there does not appear to be any complications. Lacio bids you a good day, and he heads back inside the city.
I wish him a good day.
I make sure you hug him before he leaves and say thank you. Have a nice day. All that. And then I'm going to cast Identify on Ball.
Okay. You identify that he is an Eladrin. And he appears to be cursed.
He's an Eladrin.
Yes.
And Ladrin.
I thought he was a tiefling.
Did I get that wrong, Paul?
Yeah, I play
Sorry.
a lot of Eladrins, but I am playing a tiefling in this one.
Oh, sorry. The Eladrin's you rogue that I rogued up with. Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, my mistake. I had the wrong character from you in mind. Yeah, no, he's a tiefling. He's a tiefling, and he is cursed with the Reaper's Mark.
It's really a coin toss what kind of rogue I am. I'm always a rogue.
I was gonna say he's an Eladrin. I thought he was a tiefling, and then immediately pull on the tail.
It comes off. It was just plastic.
Oh,
Like a Mr. Potato Head. It's got a big stick on it. I just shoved up my asshole.
That would explain a lot.
Okay.
My tail curls back around my leg. That's why you guys never see my tail. It's hidden.
All right.
Oh, that's where you hide it.
Yeah, it's curled around my leg. That's why the ladies love me.
All right, now I'm gonna have a
that
have
the
a good
tail on
talk
front
with
or
the
back?
dragon.
So, you are awake. You have now yourself and Ball there.
Wait, we resurrected Gilbert?
Gilbert's perspective,
Do we
sorry.
do we have like 3-4 hours to spare?
You wanna go get some more diamonds?
Yeah, sure.
I run off to the Bard's College.
Okay.
Probably gonna shag someone.
oh yeah.
Someone?
Multiple people.
You underestimate me, my friend.
You forgot an S in that someone at the end there. Someone's.
Gotta scratch that itch.
There's gonna be an itch with the amount of people that are getting shagged.
It's been like 3 weeks.
The itch of syphilis.
I have lesser restoration. I can
Crap.
cure syphilis.
Oh God. I just realized something. Paladins we're immune to disease.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
AKA the wizard's disease.
Kind of odd that the religious people are the ones with immunity to disease, which would mean that they could just shag everyone.
They're charisma casters.
Including little boys?
Oh God, why did you take it there?
Did you not take it there?
That's not where I took that.
Now we took the parents
down.
Boy, you brought that up in the wrong party.
Syphilis.
You
I'm just
brought
thinking
that up in the
Paladins
wrong
get
party.
syphilis.
Also,
Can
you
we
have to
even
remember, you
talk
took the vow of vengeance, not the vow of celibacy.
That's a fair point.
Yeah,
Can
get
I
some
make a
revenge on
vow
that
of
pussy.
celibacy? Can I make a vow of celibacy paladin after this? It's actually just a bard, but they have a sword.
Yes, but it's
The vow
limp.
of the vow of celibacy paladin is definitely not a bard.
The
The
vow of
bard rogue multiclass.
Yeah, he vow of celibacy paladin. He's the guy that keeps a short sword and a long sword scabbard.
This is his short sword. This is his long sword. This one's for fighting. This one, some kind of word that rhymes with sword.
Bored. It's for when he's bored.
Because he fucks the scabbard.
I was going with masturbation there, but I guess that works too. Oh yeah.
Oh,
So-
go ahead. Mine's
I
not
was gonna
important.
say I gotta get my dragon to talking to about how it is good that we have slain chromatic dragons. Just maybe we don't slay this guy right now.
But why?
That was your plan.
Oh no, there's more to my brilliant plan. We're not gonna slay him because this particular chromatic dragon soul is attached to the soul of a not horrible person, and it's technically wrong to also kill him. Plus, if he's controlling that dragon soul, it's ultimately more beneficial for us at the moment to not kill him. We
But
can get him
why?
to kill other chromatics. God damn it.
I mean, you say not horrible, but there was that whole thing at the village that he started.
I was trying to give hugs.
He
See,
takes one look at Ball, kind of looks back to you, and just says, acceptable collateral damage.
Oh
Damn,
my.
you're ruthless.
Vengeance.
I
Yeah.
like you.
They're literally sworn enemies.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know. I've
Nothing
agitated her by
favorable.
God. For now, then, can we refrain from killing him? For now.
To what end? Why?
So we can kill other chromatic dragons first?
Huh?
If we use Ball's chromatic dragon soul, we could potentially kill more chromatic dragons than just me and my metallic dragon soul. I'm attempting to stack the deck here.
Why don't you make a persuasion check?
Does he
Well,
have
he's-
disadvantage for asking a dragon to go against its nature?
No, it's just a standard persuasion check.
Anyway, Burger, if you want to run the stuff to my room and then pay the innkeeper, I'll give you 40 gold to pay him, and then deer hide and stuff, so I can take it out of my inventory because it's kind of heavy.
I'm gonna visit the Bard's College first, then I'll do that.
We'll only have to come back out here because it's like.
And then I'm
40
gonna visit
gold's
the
worth of
Bard's
deer
College
hide.
again as congratulations to myself. For a job well
Yeah.
done.
Alright, well, items are getting moved.
Okay. And you just sort of, Gilbert, you're talking to your dragon, just sort of huffs, fine. We'll try it your way.
Excellent. Thank you.
He steps 1 foot out of line. I'm turning him into a slightly brown, reddish paste.
And I will absolutely assist with that.
Oh, we could spread that on some sort of, I don't know.
Toast!
Yeah, toast would be good.
Ball
Hmm.
toast. Or ball meat pie.
Ball jelly.
You are
Ball jelly.
not.
It's ball
you are-
jelly.
You are
Take ball
not
shots.
selling. You are not selling this. We're gonna have to rebrand.
Oh god, ball meat.
Took you a second. That's why I said ball jelly.
Made out of 100% testicles.
I'll have some spaghetti and meatballs.
Mom spaghetti.
Okay.
No,
so-
Nala spaghetti. She's terrible at cooking. It's much worse.
Alright. Now other than persuading my dragon, which was the brilliant part of my plan meta, the other brilliant part about it is I'm going to tie Ball to me. That way if Ball falls, I fall. And if I fall, I can cast Featherfall. It's brilliant.
Oh, that's
Do we-
true, because you can't cast Featherfall on him because he's not a creature.
We don't have the bag of holding, and this one actually fit. I'm going to cast Sending to the Dragon. And I'm going to ask, is it okay if I bring something fairly heavy along with? I kind of like it.
You in that stupid bed.
I am strong.
Wonderful. I start taking my bed apart before I head back a second time.
Oh my
Well,
god.
It only weighs 100 pounds. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, the bag of holding
So-
has a volume limit as well.
I know I'm carrying this thing. I'm fucking ripped.
She's
So
a strong girl.
Just
Not
checking.
stronger than over half the party.
So the dragon is going to be flying a full-sized human paladin with all his equipment, a tiefling rogue, and a Yanti bard, all of whom are medium-sized creatures, on its back plus a bed.
No. Only 2 of you can fit on its back. One of you will have to ride in its claws.
I will ride on my bed in its claws, as long as it doesn't drop me.
Oh, maybe you should have asked that in your sending.
You didn't really specify. It can pick up a heavy object. Sure, you give it, 100 pounds of lead, it can carry it around. You give it a full-size bed, it's gonna look at you funny.
Oh
Does it-
God!
Does it look at
damn
me
it.
funny when I start reassembling the bed in front of it?
Yes. As do all the guards on the wall.
They think you're like,
Like, at first they're a little concerned because they're like, the fuck is he doing outside the wall assembling something? Is that a siege weapon or something? And then they realize it's a bed, and they're just even more confused.
what are the laws about Yuan-Ti and dragons? Because he's assembling a bed. She's assembling.
Tactical bed incoming.
I mean, it's not technically in the city, but it's within their jurisdiction, I presume.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, from their perspective, nothing illegal has happened yet.
I'm
Good
using a
word,
cantrip. I'm using a cantrip to fix a bed outside of city limits.
I mean, he's acting really strange, but it isn't in fact against the law to be strange.
Well, they're
Now,
probably
if he
enjoying
mounts
it.
and starts
Great girl.
copulating with the dragon in broad daylight in front of the guards, they probably will react.
First with disgust.
Positively or negatively?
I'm
then
not
with
sure how they'll
handcuffs.
react. It's a dragon.
I suppose it depends on whether or not they believe the dragon is consented.
The
Oh, God, are you
dragon?
telling me
Damn it.
if the thing, they would have no
You know what?
problems.
I think if the dragon didn't consent, they would know they don't need to bother. It's only
Nala
going to take a second. The dragon's got this.
Nala has 6 wisdom. The thought might cross her mind at some point.
People always bring that argument up when I talk about fucking horses, but I'm like, hey man, it's a horse. It'll kick you in the fucking head and kill you. Oh wait,
Oh
wait,
my!
forget I said anything.
Anyway, you were saying, Spectre?
Oh look, a squirrel. So, is the bed a no-go?
How heavy is the bed?
Only 100 pounds.
And how heavy is everybody else?
260.
Is that your body weight or your body and your gear?
I do believe that's accounting for my body and my gear.
I weigh more than you with my gear.
With my
Might need to
gear,
Check that.
with all my gear and 100 pounds on my bed, I only weigh about 250.
All right, let me see this. Hold on. Okay. Carrying 239. Oh, yeah. So we're looking at
I'm not.
460 on my end.
That sounds a lot better because I'm at 206 for weight and then 96.
Yeah,
for-
I just looked at my equipment page instead of my my personal weight as well.
What did you have with you, Nella, for your total? Burger?
About 250. Let me double check. I've got a saxophone, a harp, a violin, a longsword, change of clothes, a chest, and a bed.
All told, we got a little over $1,000.
The dragon's like absolute weight limit's 1140.
He's
If
gonna
I
be
did,
super
if
pissed.
I did the math right, yeah, he's gonna be like, the fuck you guys.
I'll
Should have
take
killed the fucking dragon.
I can take the bed back if you want.
Yeah, if I'm telepathic communicating with my dragon, he's like, "Fuck this." I'm saying we're not taking the bed.
I mean, honestly, the extra 100 pounds from the bed isn't the big deal. It isn't. I mean, he's just pissed because he's carrying 3 people for 6 more days.
And we're not in a rush anymore. I can use enhance ability. I can help with the excessive amount of weight.
It's not excessive. It's well within his capabilities. It's annoying.
Yeah, it won't be as annoying. We can take our time.
Yeah, so you guys all load up the dragon then?
Yep.
All right. Dragon basically says, fuck this shit, and just takes off at double the pace. Once it's
I'm
done.
using enhance ability on his strength.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you basically got like this bed like strapped to him. You're being carried in its claws, 2 people on its back. Yeah. 5 days later, you guys arrive at the camp.
And we didn't even use haste.
All 5 of those days I was using all my 3rd level spells to flirt.
So we got 11 days total travel.
11 days of flirting.
Yep. Now, Ball.
Mm-hmm.
So this would mean that you guys would arrive at the camp on the 3rd of Limestone. On the 1st of Limestone, the 1st of the month, which is 3 days into your journey, you get a sending from your homelands.
Ooh.
And they import to you that a demonic cloud from the east has reached their lands in the material world, in the material plane.
Oof, that's a bit of a hike.
The hobgoblins are falling. Your help is required.
You said the hobgoblins are falling?
Yes.
Fallen.
Ing.
Ing? Oh.
Ing.
They were the buffer state, and now the state is falling, and now they're about to get it.
Wait. He's not from the Feylands, is he? He's a
It
tiefling.
sounds like it.
I am.
He
Yeah.
was raised by a ladder.
I
Shit.
was raised by a ladron.
Oh, fuck. Oh, we're so fucked.
Oh, we're fine. We're fine.
So yeah,
I don't relay any of that to the party.
Of course not. Do you send a response? You can just DM it to me if you want to.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. So then you arrive at the camp, on the 3rd. And you can see off in the horizon this dark storm cloud way off in the distance, past even where the Bastion of the Pyre would be. And it just covers the entire horizon over there. So, you guys are at camp. What do you do?
Say, hey, Ball.
Hi, guys. That really hurt.
Also, Ball, because of the time it took to travel from Port Hamler to the camp, the resurrection penalties have ceased to apply.
What?
Because when you come back, there's normally a -4 penalty that goes down by 1 a day.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I need the bag of holding for a minute.
You notice Nala brought his bed with him.
I really like my bed. So I'm just going to take the 4 posts down, break them into reasonable sizes.
Nope. You want your bed? You have to carry it yourself.
It'll fit inside the carriage or on the roof. We just throw the parts on the sides, right? I mean, we got a list up there. Okay. I mean, no big deal.
Hey everybody, I'm gonna head off. I can't
Yeah, we're closing out. I think. I don't think we're doing anything else.
We're at the trolling and tolling state.
Yeah, it's just like RP bullshit. We're not doing any fighting or anything at this point.
Alright, so I'm gonna
You're
head
good.
off.
Have a good
Have a
Alright.
good one.
I'm sorry if I made anybody mad.
No,
or-
it's fine.
No,
You
you're
didn't.
fine.
This
Nobody
was
was-
something. This is something I'd been talking about for a while with some people. So
Yeah.
just this was
Since
a comment
before
that
you
pushed
joined.
it over. Yeah, way before you joined. This is something we talked about. Is something that may eventually come up even before the campaign started.
We were
Yeah.
talking about this back in like the beginning and middle of Curse of Strahd, even.
Yeah.
Back in January.
And actually, the whole time, Under was talking about starting West Marches, he was thinking about putting this rule in to begin with.
But we were small enough to begin with, and it was moving fast enough that I didn't think it was necessary. But it's gotten to the
That's
point
right,
now
'cause when
we're
we-
large enough that we need it.
Yeah, when we started West Marches, the group size had shrunk down temporarily for a while, and it took a while to build up.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go pass out now.
Have a
Good
good
night,
one.
dear. Sleep well.
Have a good
Did you
night.
just call me dear?
Call
Yep.
everybody
Yep.
dear.
Yes, he did.
Ew.
He calls me.
Ew.
dear.
Would you prefer I called you squirrel?
Remember I called you Sunshine?
You can
Was
call me
anybody here for
squirrel.
that with Ed?
Ugh.
Was anybody here for Ed? That was
I've,
hilarious.
I'm pretty sure I've heard you call it Sunshine.
Sunshine. I kind of
Ed
wish
is-
I was there.
You don't even know who Ed is.
I know too many different Eds. There's a good, there's a girl
Not
Ed, and then a
Sunshine.
radical Ed.
Yeah, it's Radical Ed.
There you
I
go.
called him Sunshine.
So,
He
ha.
private messaged me and asked me not to.
Yeah.
Which I responded, sorry, Sunshine. It's just habit.
So yeah, have a good one.
Night.
Have a good night.
Have a good one.
So it'd be even more cringy if you said sweetie. That-
No, I won't say sweetie.
Good, because that'd be even more weirder.
That's
good.
sweetheart.
Oh, you.
Yeah,
It
right.
wasn't Sweetie though.
Nice, Sunshine.
Yeah, cooties.
Bye.
So when we gonna kill some diamonds?
So,
How about next
Ball,
week?
Demons.
I hear you have a dragon soul, and it's green.
It was green.
Okay, listen, buddy. Listen, buddy. I don't want to be mean, but I want you to understand. I did not eat your corpse, okay? But
Because we
I,
prevented him to.
I wanted to.
and
He
we
wanted
stopped
to
him.
juice you for your dragon soul.
I'm just saying, you're my friend,
I'm,
and you're not dead.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work. But
See, th-
I appreciate the sentiment of not eating me.
He was
Come
going
on.
to if we didn't stop.
I was not. I was going to try and extract your soul in a non-invasive fashion.
that sounds counterintuitive.
Yeah, I know it was. Just let him be him.
I threw some ideas at the wall. Nobody else thought they would work. So I workshopped it, but we couldn't come up with a way that would not injure you. So we didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
Right, we didn't do it.
I don't know who the we is in your. We weren't gonna do it anyway. It was just you that wanted to do it.
I mean, you didn't end up doing it, so it's not wrong. Even if you never considered it, you still didn't do it.
It's just connotation.
I live for petty Bill Mop
Anyway,
and sex.
did someone say something?
What about Bill Mott Pity Sex?
I think I nailed that one right in the head under.
I mean, Nala, you brought the bed, but I'm going to tell you, if you're getting into that stuff, I'm heading off for that.
Nah. I need the bag holding for pillows.
Ah, I was one word off. Oh well. 24 is good.
Yeah, 24 is decent. Also, you have one contraction in there that could be argued it's actually 2 words.
Reapers?
Oh no, I was just glancing through. Sorry, it's late. Reaper
I
is
could
Mark.
just, yeah, I could just make it Reaper Mark. It would still be essentially the same.
Yeah, it would. No, that was me just messing up. So I was just glancing through that.
I'm sure my stepdad's familiar with the Reaper's Mark, given his age.
Could be. He didn't
Yes.
say in his thing.
Yes. You can put your pillows in the bag of holding.
I'm not even reading the main chat. I just heard fucking Bill Mop say, yes, you can put your pillows in the bag of holding. That's all I heard. I'm like, oh god, what's going on?
Is that what they're calling it now, Bill Mop?
How many pillows do you have?
Under how many pills did it come with?
Well, did you strap them down when you flew?
I mean, they're small enough to fit in my backpack.
Then it came with 2 pillows.
So it doesn't have a blanket anymore, is what you're saying?
Let's just say if it wasn't strapped to the bed frame, it probably got lost somewhere over one of the mountains.
Could Gilbert have been using it obnoxiously as a cape?
I mean, you could just ask me for my cloak.
That's not the point. I want to use the bed sheets as a cape.
Okay. I'm writing down 2 pillows.
You're riding
There.
down 2 pillows? Where are we going with the pillow rides? Are we using pillows as sleds? Actually,
Let's
that
try and
sounds like
get
a
through some
reasonable
content
idea.
here. We're just doing like cleanup, so let's try and get through it.
So I'm going to stuff the 2 remaining and pillows and 1 bed sheet that I probably have.
All right. You can do that.
Wonderful.
Who wants to go into the city?
I mean, out of character, I think we're past that for the night.
No, please, with your
Yeah.
reduced numbers, please assault the city.
No, I just wanted to set up.
I run
So,
at the city
you know.
gates.
I mean, I think that's what we're doing next session. I don't think there's a whole lot of argument there. I think we should probably maybe just let the other people that are not here anymore be involved, even though they won't really do anything, I think, as far as our planning is concerned.
Well, we can only fly 3 people at most into the city.
I mean, one of them has to be Gilbert on his dragon. We know we can't trust that we can send
Me.
we can send Ball in there, so
Actually, you can trust that he'll make it. I talked with the dragon. The dragon's gonna allow it. For
Ball
now.
will make it
the
at
dragon
least 1
allowed
round.
that trip. Are you sure the dragon's
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
allow?
you didn't specify forever. You only specified for that trip.
Can I insight check my dragon under?
Sure.
Wait a second. Fuck that. No, I trust my dragon. It's God sent by Bahamut. It's trustworthy.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
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 I mean, he's doing the right thing, I guess. He did the right thing, I guess.
I would advise you, out of character, be very careful in the commands you give him regarding Ball. Airdrop may be a little too vague.
I
I
will
would
keep
like-
this in mind.
I would like to remind the dragon that I am very proud of him.
Well, I'm going to say that Ball probably has a slight fear of heights now. So he'll
He probably
opt
has a
out of-
slight fear of dragons, right?
No, I'm fine with dragons. It's just the being up in air part. I'm not that great. Great with.
Sure, the coming down from being up in the air part, and then the
Yeah, the flying back to the city I was dead for. Coming back, your shoulders are sore and there's dents in your plate armor, Gilbert.
What did I miss?
Shoulders are
Wait.
sore. Oh.
From
Wait,
me
what?
grappling him. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
white knuckling his shoulders.
I bet you were.
Is that what they
Oh.
call it now?
That's why they brought the bed.
White knuckling the
okay.
shoulders.
Is that why you were trying to cast ceremony before?
Ayy.
Okay, well, I think we'll leave it here for the night.
Yeah.
I charge the city gates.
Sure, go
I
ahead.
wasn't
Okay.
too worried about experience because I need about 6,000 to level up, so I'm good.
I take a sip of my stew as one of us charges towards the gates, and I
Oh.
definitely go to.
Oh, Mick,
Yeah.
you weren't here for it, but we built a trebuchet and that took 2 weeks. So
I'm not sure if Under wants me to spout or soak that or what. I mean,
Yeah, you can.
it was downtime. I mean, we were
That's
just
fine,
building.
yeah.
I mean, Spectre
Oh,
was
really?
building a trebuchet. We were watching.
I'll take it. Okay.
So you
Can I
put,
add?
like-
Can I add those days to my stew that they were flying? To my cooking.
Sure. Yeah.
Because that'll. Okay.
Yeah,
good,
it was
I'm
basically
proficient with
downtime
cook's
for you
utensils.
guys.
Alright, I am finally proficient with cook's utensils.
You should have been. After the 2 weeks, you should have been.
Again.
I think I was missing a little bit, but yeah. Yes.
You started at the exact same time that I started training Blue with.
I know, but I wasn't keeping track and I didn't want to cheat.
Well,
What can we do in downtime?
Well, when you're not in the town, it's a little more limited. But if you had like scrolls or stuff you were writing or other things you were making, you could work on that as long as you had the equipment and the material with you. If you were
No,
training
don't.
with someone from the party, you could be doing that. If you had, say, a book or a manual you were having to read through, you could also work on that. But doing things like shopping or starting new things that you don't have materials for on hand, a bit harder to do out in the field.
I would like to be reading through the Book of Demonic Seal
Okay.
that I have written down. I don't know what that is from your perspective, but I have written down that I have a book of demonic seals. So I would like.
Is it possible I could teach a party member to be more intimidating? That's literally the only skill I have that I think I could share. Is how to be scary.
I can help teach that. I can also teach.
So I have a vague recollection that I had said you can't train skills.
Yeah.
Other than thieves' tools, because they're a tool.
Well, you could train tools, you can train languages, but
What
I was
if
trying
it
to
wasn't
avoid
a
training
prof-
skills because eventually the party otherwise would just take like a year downtime and have all the skills. So
Then everybody's a skill monkey.
I wasn't looking to give anyone a proficiency. I was thinking maybe smaller than a proficiency, but that's probably still going to be the same problem. Just everybody would have a plus
yeah,
one.
it is the same problems, and I think I would like to
Fair.
avoid that.
I would also
I mean,
like.
does anybody want languages?
What languages do you got?
Common thieves can't. Well, I don't know if I can teach thieves can't. Can I teach thieves can't?
I would like to I'd like to mention every single evening I spend a considerable amount of time praying to Dindar using Abyssal and Primordial. So you guys would be exposed to Abyssal and Primordial
I
every
know
single
Abyssal.
day. Yeah.
I'm already fluent in Abyssal.
But so if thieves can't, Undercommon, Elvish, Sylvan, and Infernal.
And yes, you can teach people thieves can't, otherwise you would never have been able to learn it yourself.
Very true.
Neat.
I almost want to learn thieves can't. A paladin that knows thieves
I mean, usually the hard part in learning that in the middle of a campaign is finding someone willing to teach you, but if you happen to have a rogue in the party, it's a lot easier.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Can I teach more than one person at the same time? It's like a class almost.
No.
I would like to be
Teaching
messing
groups of
around.
people is a different skill than one-on-one.
I would.
Yeah, can I just get out of the way that I got dark vision 60 feet? I forgot all about that.
Oh, is it because you have your transmutation stone?
Yes.
Nice.
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 That is
That'll
good to
come in
know.
handy.
You should definitely remember to remind me of that if I ever say that you can't see anything because you're a human and have shit sight.
They do though, humans.
No,
Have
no, we
shit.
don't. Humans are best species. That and halflings.
That's
Yeah,
why you
but
sucked up a dragon soul, right? Because you were totally happy with your human abilities.
Yeah.
Actually, I sucked up the dragon soul because, dragon
Why don't
soul.
you eat all the dragon souls? I guess you can eat all the dragon souls, or your dragon will be mad at you.
Well, mostly chromatic dragons are heresy. Metallic dragons are, blessings from the gods
Mhm,
upon us.
mhm,
You know,
mhm.
stuff like that.
Well, you also took a dragon soul of a blue dragon. So
What are you talking about?
that's dragon soul.
I
you got
don't
was in the-
recall ever giving anybody in the party a blue dragon soul. What did
I
I
mean,
miss?
if Underwood-
Wait, what dragon soul did he have then?
He has silver.
Silver.
Oh, he has a
He is.
metallic one. Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
oh, that makes a lot more sense. I would, during this downtime, I would like to be messing around with my ceramic puzzle box, worth 25 gold pieces.
If anyone wants to learn Abyssal or Primordial, I will attempt to teach them. Otherwise,
Fun languages.
I mean, I can also
I-
teach Draconic.
I'd like to learn
Most of us
Abyssal.
Sonic.
Great.
That way I might understand my enemies as I kill them.
Well, who's currently learning Thieves' Cant? Because I'm not going to teach the person who's already learning it.
I
Like,
don't think anybody's taking dibs on it yet.
well, I want to learn Thieves' Cant.
I
I
can
can teach you these.
I can teach Abyssal, Draconic, and Primordial. You're
Right,
to
I will
Tim, that's-
learn Thieves' Cant, and I will teach Abyssal to one of the people that wants Abyssal, and
So here's the thing:
then not,
training
Yeah.
somebody takes your time like learning it does. So you're going.
That's
so you
fine.
don't have. You can't teach and train at the same time.
Teach and learn.
I'm just calling dibs